Start texting. Working? Yeah. Yeah. Don't stop now. Okay.
Okay. I put this text is okay.
Huh? Test is going on. Huh? ICAI Kuwait Chapter First International Conference is going on. ठीक है.
Overseas conference speakers, GCC chairman, chairpersons, overseas guests, members and sponsors. Good afternoon and a warm welcome to each and every one of you here. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Kuwait chapter, proudly welcomes you to its first international conference, themed Industrial Revolution 4.0 and Digital Transformation. My name is Lloyd D'Souza, and I am going to be taking you through the proceedings through this afternoon, through 6 wonderful topics that is going to cover and expand upon what we really think digital transformation is, the challenges, the opportunities, our fears, our apprehensions. But before all of that, may I kindly request you to kindly rise for the national anthem of Kuwait and India. Many congratulations to ICAI Kuwait chapter on your first international conference. Change, they say, is inevitable, yet many a times unaccepted. People are afraid of it. Please join me in welcoming CA Sai Devta, the chairman of ICAI Kuwait chapter. Let's join him with a round of applause.
A warm good afternoon to all. Respected ICA Vice President Atul Gupta ji, GCC Chairpersons, Advisory Committee, my fellow committee members, sponsors, and other dignitaries, and our below fraternity of our chartered accountants present here. A warm good afternoon to all, and salam alaikum. Can't hear you. Good afternoon. Thank you. With great pride and utmost pleasure, I heartily welcome you all for the first international conference hosted by our Kuwait ICA chapter on the theme Digital Transformation Industrial Revolution 4.0 with the special emphasis on the changing landscape of finance and accounting. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a very important milestone in the journey of our ICA Kuwait chapter, and I am privileged to be part of this history in the making. Just a few glimpses about the chapter and its activities. The Kuwait chapter was formed in the year 2006 by our founder chairperson Jagdish Joshi and Matthew and Sanjeev Pabrai. And today, since for the last 13 years, it has been working to serve almost 25 plus members and bond them as one of the most prominent communities in Kuwait. This year has been a successful journey so far with around 5 plus CP events, 2 CSR events, and bowling tournament for the member kids and industrial course for the member kids. Due to your active involvement, we could add up to 100 members more, and this motivates us to organize more such events in the future and social events as well as moving forward. Also, for the first time, we are going to conduct the career counseling program for the students in class 11 and class 12 in different schools. And there is one of the significant milestone which we reached yesterday is MOU with the KUWAIT. The Union Cabinet chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and has approved the MOU between the KUWAIT and ICAI. So yesterday, our Honorable ICAI President CA Prafulla Chatterjee and ICAI Vice President CA Atul Gupta ji has signed this MOU in the presence of KUWAIT President Faisal Al-Tafiq. This MOU will play a very key role in building a positive impact for the accounting profession in Kuwait, who are significantly helping the local business and is held in high esteem. KUWAIT and ICAI will cooperate and support to offer professional courses in the domain of accounting, finance, and audit in the Kuwait, and work together for the advancement of accounting knowledge and collaboration to hold professional and development ICAI technical events. And with the inspiration of our GCC chairpersons, most of our people are here from Oman, Muscat, Abu Dhabi, Bahrain. We are able to do, and with the support of our advisory board, we are able to do the first annual conference of Kuwait chapter. And I am fortunate to lead this activity. That could be possible only with the full support of my committee members, who has been passionately working from the last 6 months. We have been really dreaming about this today event. Really, believe me, this is for the last 6 months we are dreaming about, and this happened with all your blessings and making our event successful. I request all my committee members and subcommittee members to stand wherever they're seated. Please, where are the committee members and subcommittee members? Let's give a big round of applause for them. for their support and commitment. I want to add one more addition about the World Congress of Accountants. We are very glad ICAI will be hosting the World Congress of Accountants for the first time in Mumbai in the year 2022. This is the world's biggest event for the accountants, which happens every 4 years. The host country for 22 is India, and IFAC, which is the International Federation of Accountants. So the last conference was held in Sydney in the year 2018. So this time it is going to be in India. Please do the registration, and we welcome you all for the World Congress Accountants. About the conference briefly, the fourth industrial revolution technologies such as artificial intelligence, augmented reality, robotics, and 3D printing are rapidly changing the way humans create, exchange, and distribute value. All this brings with a wide range of opportunities, a large part of which is still untapped as we speak. All lines of business need to come together and work in tandem to deliver the kinds of experience customers expect in the digital economy. With this understanding and cruising, this rapid change requires a great deal of ability to reimagine. It is with this objective in mind that we have chosen our speakers for the evening. I want to thank CS Sriram in this initiative, who actually really almost 3 to 4 speakers. He has taken a, you can say, big initiative to welcome all on this board. Please thank Sriram on this. CS Sriram, I think he's not there. We have some eminent speakers here today to share their experiences and thoughts about the digital transformation, their journey towards being a digital entity. We are indeed privileged to listen to their success stories, motivation, perseverance, and change despite their busy schedules. Without any more ado, I'll now leave you with the speakers. We hope you enjoy this evening and have a great learning time. Before I conclude, these are some of the glimpses yesterday what we had in the MOU ceremony. Our President Sir and KUWAIT Chairman, Vice President, myself and Kaiser, our Vice Chairman. This is where we signed MOU. Please give a big round of applause for this event. And finally, this is my take today. Please relax and have a nice evening. Thanks a lot.
Mr. Sai, thank you very much. I'd request you to kindly stay up as we invite Vice President C.A. Atul Gupta, ICAI India, to join us with the office bearers for the Kuwait chapter to proceed and inaugurate this event by lighting the lamp. Please give them a warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Yaesha supteshu jagrati Yaesha supteshu jagrati Kamam 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 kamamsho Pursho nirmimanaha Tadeva shukram tad brahma tad brahma Tadevamritamuchyate Tasmin lokaha shitaha Sarve tadunatyati kaschan Etadvaita 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 etadvaita
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let us try this one little exercise. Like Mr. President Barack Obama says, change is inevitable, and change makes the difference. Let's do this. Everybody take your hands up like that. Come on, everybody, take your hands up like that. Look at it very carefully, because these are the things that help you every day in your life. Appreciate it. And let's join our hands in together. And yes, close it in. Some of you have the left thumb up. Some of you have the right thumb up. Now, research and statistics say that those with the left thumb up are the good-looking ones, and those with the right thumb up are the intelligent ones. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Let's do something to demonstrate what I'm trying to say today. I want each one of you to take each finger and move it up the line and change the order now to get your other thumb up. Switch. Move one finger up, and let's move the order up. Yeah. So if your hand is like this, I want you to move it up like this and take one up or one down, and switch how you initially holding your hand. How does it feel? Strange? Different? What do you want to do? What do you want to do? Do you feel like going back? Okay. Never ever feel uncomfortable. Go back. Go back. What happens when you go back? You breathed a sigh of relief. But the unfortunate truth is, unless you change, nothing's going to change. Unless you are able to make that change and move from where you are to where you need to be in life, nothing else is going to change. And that is what we're going to be talking about today. Let's move on with checking how many of you have a smartphone here. How many of you have a smartphone here? Let me see your hands. So mostly 75. No, come on, I see a few hands. Come on, don't be shy. Don't be shy. There you go. I need everybody to get your smartphones out. Get your smartphones out. If you have internet, which most of you do, use it and go on to this website called www.slido.com. SLIDO.com. What we're going to do is we're going to be using Slido, however you want to address it. We're going to be using that today to communicate with you, to receive your communications over subjects and areas that we require your participation. So do you have slido.com? Everybody's gone on? You will be asked for a code. On the code, your registration code or the number is G, capital G, 751. G751. G751. So this is what it's going to look like. Now on that, you will see we are starting this conference by understanding from your perspective what we have. This is a poll. Can we take a look at the poll there? Is it up there? I don't see it. The one on the... Okay. So, two very simple questions. Now, right up there, the first one. What is the... Can we have the question up there? Okay. Now, can we go a little lower? Flip down. Flip down in. Okay. So, the question is very simple. Digital transformation to me is... What is digital transformation to me? It is the latest fashion. Is it the latest fashion? Or is it something that will significantly affect my professional and personal life? This poll is going to be there. Now, please do not, for those of you who are directly clicking onto the poll, give it a moment. If you know and if you have a child from the age of 12, 11, right up to 19, you will know and you will think that for them, digitalization, the digital world is a fashion. It's nothing more than a fashion. For you today, it is something that is significantly going to make a difference in your life. As we move on with our speakers, hold on to your polls. We have 72% who say that it is something that will, 27% that say it will significantly affect my life. Take your time. As I move on to introduce our first speaker, Please join me in welcoming, and it is really my honor to welcome you, ma'am, Ms. Upasana Thaku, co-founder and COO, MobiKwik, the first woman in India to lead a payments startup. Upasana Thaku has played an instrumental role in building MobiKwik as one of the largest digital financial services platform. With a well-entrenched network of over 3 million direct merchants and 107 million plus users, Ms. Thakur is widely recognized amongst the top women, and those top women are the achievers in India. She is recognized for her unfaltering contribution as the chief anchor, innovator, and leader. Thakur was featured by Forbes as one of the Asia's Women to Watch in 2016. And in this year again, Forbes has featured her as Asia's top 25 power businesswomen. Upasana is a bachelor in engineering, and she has completed her honors from NIT, Jalandhar, and holds a master's in management science from Stanford University. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Upasana Thakur, who is going to be covering today FinTech, the next big opportunity, the MobiKwik story. Let's give her a warm welcome. Come on, one more time.
Thank you so much for having me here this afternoon. This is my first time in Kuwait and also my first time with so many chartered accountants around me. So I'm a little scared that I might get my numbers wrong. And please do remember, if you have any questions during the presentation, which we'll try to take at the end, you can use Slido that our host just announced, which you can use to put up your questions.
Okay, so while Upasana is going to be delivering her subject, if you have any questions primarily, you may move on. On the screen, you will see the left-hand side, which says Q&A. There is a tab that says Q&A. On the right, that says polls. Now, these questions are not going to feature to anybody up on the screen. The presentation is going to run as usual. Upasana knows that some of you might have your head into your phone, but let that be just for a question time. So you might have questions that come up on your screen. If you like the question and if it relates to what you wanted to say, you don't need to type it all over again. Just like it. The most liked popular question will come up, and we will ask Upasana the question of the top 2 popularly liked questions. Clear? Any questions? If you have any difficulties, speak now or forever hold your peace, like the ministers at the services say. Yes, sir. We share the code again. The code is G751. So the first thing you got to do is get in to slido.com. It'll ask you for a code. Go in there. There are 2 tabs. One is the polls tab on the right-hand side, and then there is a Q&A. Put your Q&A in. If you don't have a question, if you want to read through all the other questions, go in, like something that really appeases to you. Go on. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. So I hope we don't fall asleep right after lunch, but I'll try to make it as interesting as possible. I've spent my entire career, which is almost last 15 years, in payments and fintech, so that's all I know. The structure of my presentation is going to be, I'll talk a little bit about the fintech opportunity, then I'll deep dive into the fintech opportunity in India, which is quite large, and then I'll talk a little bit about, from the lens of my experience and my company's experience, how we are trying to be a part of the fintech revolution in India, and there are several other companies, other startups who are trying to do the same thing. So I hope you will find this presentation useful. So the fintech opportunity. Right here are some very big numbers. This is from EY's report, so the numbers are really kosher. Just look at the opportunity. China, 63 billion, India, 27 billion, Brazil, 21 billion, and I mean, these are just few of the countries, and this is just the 2020 opportunity. This report was published a few years ago, so I'm sure the numbers are going to move fast forward really quickly. Diving on into India and why I think India is a very large fintech opportunity for banks, financial institutions, as well as technology startups is because of this. On the left here, you will see is India's population in 2000, and on the right, the population as of 2050. The difference here is that just look at the center here. Many more people are going to be working. We all know this. Most of India is right now less than 25 years of age and is going to be part of the workforce really quickly. This is India depicted in the form of adult income. And what you see at the top 1 percentile is basically, and in the high middle income bucket, that's roughly about 120 million Indians. And most of those people are people like you and me. People who are banked with the large private banks of the country, an HDFC, an ICICI, a Kotak, others. Low income group, this is people who are making less than $1,000 per year. And we can safely say that quite poor people. I'm talking about the middle class of India, this bracket, making $1,000 to $3,000, this is US dollars per annum. This is a massive opportunity. And in India, these people are all banked. There is no one unbanked anymore. It is just that all they have is a savings account and an ATM card. They don't have access to any of the other key financial products like credit, like the ability to earn interest outside of a savings account in high yield bearing investment products, as well as insurance and other similar services. And that, I think, is a large opportunity that many fintech players are aspiring to play a part in. And why is right now a good time? Well, it's a good time because, the building blocks are all in place in India. We have about 450 million Indians who have now a smartphone. Not all of them are digitally transacting yet. However, what we see is about 200 million Indians have done at least one payment transaction, albeit of a really small value. It could be 100 rupee mobile recharge. 80 million Indians, roughly, or 100 million Indians are actively using digital payments. And the reason I bring that up is because that's sort of the first entry. It's the least common denominator to get into the digital ecosystem. If we look at data, so many Indians started having smartphones in the last 5 years, but data was prohibitively expensive. In the last couple of years, the data prices have gone down considerably, and that has enabled everyone to have access to data on their smartphone. And then, of course, right at the end, the fact that we have now a public directory called Aadhaar, where about 1 billion Indians have enrolled, and their bank accounts also have their Aadhaar, which is their national ID, connected to it. This plays a really strong part in understanding the user profile, which is required in order to deliver financial products to them. Now, if you see here on the left side, this is credit cards per 1,000 adults in different countries of the world. And of course, we know that Japan, US, many of these countries have, more cards than the number of citizens in that country. But look at India here. 30 million. And of course, this is a little dated. This number is now 50 million credit cards. But even so, we are a country of 1.3 billion people. So the fact that roughly 2.5% people have access to a credit card really says something. And if you look here on the right side, the blue graph here is showing you the number of debit cards, which goes to my point that everybody now has a bank account. So 837 million debit cards spent as much as 50 million credit cards in the month of June 2019. Just goes to show that when a user has access to small value credit or credit card like product, it enables them to consume products or services which they can otherwise not afford directly from their savings account. And therefore, a lot of companies are now focusing in this space. We at MobiKwik are definitely focused on this sector, which is of these 837 million Indians who have a bank account but are underserved on financial services, can we identify the next 100 million and bring them on this side and power them with financial products and services? A little bit of additional color to what I just talked about. I don't know, this is not showing up. The graphic here is not showing up, but that's okay. I'll just talk through the same thing. The main focus here is that while there are these 800 million bank accounts, just look at the number of state-owned bank accounts. 600 million Indians have a bank account with a state-owned, as in a government-owned bank, like a State Bank of India, Bank of Baroda, Punjab National Bank, etc. And 177 million accounts with private banks. But if you look on the credit side, of the 610 million users, bank accounts, only 11 million credit cards issued, and the private banks have, of course, done a much better job here. And so we believe that there will be a lot of disruption in that user base, which is with the state-owned banks. Now I'll try to showcase a little bit about my company, MobiKwik, and essentially through our story as well, my focus will be to talk through the different fintech revolutions that are happening in India as we speak. Just a quick plug on my company so you know what we do. So MobiKwik started as a consumer mobile payments company, a mobile wallet, and today we have 89 million users, 14 million of which are active on a monthly basis. We also have 3 million physical stores where a user can walk in and just pay. Just like you would pay with a credit card, you pay with your mobile app. The mobile app by itself also has bill payments, money transfer, P2P, all of these use cases embedded, which is why we have a very high monthly active user base. Our payments are also accepted across all online merchants. So the way to think about it is we are sort of like a card or PayPal, which is accepted on top e-commerce platforms as well as in physical stores. And we process about $4 to $5 billion in payments on an annual basis, and currently are at about $62 million of revenues. Why do people join platforms like MobiKwik? On a monthly basis, 2 million new users are joining our platform. And these are the things that they are doing. This is the first transaction, which is why they've downloaded this payments app. And I'm sure it would be similar for our competition as well. A good 35% are doing some sort of a bill payment transaction. Another 35% are doing UPI, which is P2P transfer. 5% are doing fund transfer, money transfer, domestic remittance. 16% are doing merchant payments, which is paying on a Zomato or food delivery app, Indian Railways, which is the government's train network, ordering food, groceries, movie tickets, what have you. And while these users are coming through each of these use cases, just look on the right side. The point I'm trying to make is that the buzz or the demand for these use cases is so strong that people are coming for free on the platform. We don't have to spend a lot of money on marketing. In fact, 90% plus of our users every month, they come to our platform for free. These are some of the merchants I explained: e-commerce merchants, large wholesale merchants, coffee shops, petrol pumps, the works. It's a very large network. In fact, private players in India like ourselves have much larger merchant network than Visa, MasterCard put together, specifically in India. This is how our business is set up. Consumer payments. When you come to the MobiKwik app, you can transfer money, you can pay your bills, you can buy insurance, you can invest in gold and mutual funds. When you go to merchants, online and offline, you can pay using various technologies. We are integrated into the billing system. We are integrated in online apps. And then really small mom and pop stores, we have a simple QR code sticker, which can be scanned via a smartphone. On the right side is basically digital credit, which is the big thing that we have done in the last 1 year, and I'll spend a few slides explaining that. We are trying to build the digital credit card. Like I explained, very few Indians have access to a credit card. 50 million cards are in force, and they are actually issued to only 25 million Indians. So a person like me would have a Visa or Master and an Amex. And there is large opportunity for disruption here because I'll explain multiple reasons. Payments helps us acquire users for free or very cheaply, but more importantly, it also helps us acquire high quality data. And data is important because the credit bureaus in India have very limited data because most Indians have never taken credit. 6% is the credit penetration in the country. So what we have done using all this amazing data that we capture about users, we've built our own machine learning credit score. It's a proprietary credit score, which allows us to give instant credit to people in a 2 to 3 minute journey in our mobile app. Now, this is really simple. The way we do it is enable the user to verify themselves, verify their bank account, show them a loan, and the money is then in their wallet. I'll explain this really quickly. Skip a few slides here. This is how we do. A typical user on the platform, age 28, earns about 50 to 60,000 Indian rupees per month. Their spends are roughly half of that. And they have some sort of a vehicle, mostly a two-wheeler, like a motorcycle. We run our credit score. It's actually running in real time, all the time. And if the credit score, which is 0 to 1,000, finds that the user is greater than 750, the user would see this kind of an offer, which says that you have access to about 50,000 of credit limit. We make the user go through a quick journey, at the end of which a limit is assigned to the user. And suddenly the user who was using my app, loading funds into the app, and then going to pay on all of these merchants, where I only earned 1.5% interchange for a payment. Now that the user is taking my digital credit, I make another 6% on the credit itself. So my revenue potential on this user has increased from 1.5% now to 7.5%. And of course, it is a win-win proposition. Just imagine a user is going into a small store to buy a smartphone. Probably the user could afford a, let's say, $100 phone. And now the merchant will prompt the user, can you try on your app? You might actually get credit for this transaction. If the user qualifies and goes through the journey, the user may be able to buy a much better product of Samsung, Oppo, Vivo, whatever. And so the user's aspirational value is fulfilled. He has bought a better product. The merchant is happy because he has sold a higher ticket size product. And of course, we are happy because the customer is retained, is going to keep coming back to use this digital credit card kind of product. So one might ask that, is this real? Is it legit? It is legit. We have done almost 1 million loans in last 1 year. Last year, April, we launched. And last 3 months, every month, we are giving 100,000 instant loans. The ticket size is really low. It's about $150. And so therefore, if you look at the book size or the overall dispersal, it won't seem as massive, even though it's $128 million. But I think this is what India needs. India needs really small ticket size, instant credit, where the OPEX is really low, and the accessibility and affordability is really there. Because somebody who earns 50,000 rupees per month really doesn't need a 100,000 rupee loan. They need a small ticket loan, which helps them buy an air purifier or a refrigerator or something tangible that for which they need excess amount of money for a particular period of time. So this is how the credit has worked in our ecosystem. So 10% of all payments happening now on our platform are powered by our own credit. And when this 10% becomes 50%, I think I will be very happy, because that will mean that we have far more users who have become, have access to financial services. As I said, of course, we are a profit-driven company, so the aim is to make money. But at the same time, there is also an innate need to create an impact and bring more and more people into the ambit of financial inclusion. I'll try to go over really quickly what's happening with digital insurance. And please keep in mind, whatever we are doing, there are other companies trying to do the same thing. So the aim is to give you an inside peep into what's happening in fintech in India. So insurance in India is even worse than credit. There are only 3.7% Indians who have access to insurance. And the reason for that is again same. Typically, if you go to any insurance company's website or if you go to Google, the minimum premiums to buy any insurance policy, accident, life, health, etc., would be at least 1,000 Indian rupees. And that right there is a problem. Somebody who earns 30,000 rupees per month is not willing to pay 1,000 rupees in one go as insurance premium. And so to disrupt that, again, we think that small ticket sachet products where they are easily affordable. So somebody who makes 20,000 rupees should be able to pay a premium of 20 rupees. Less than 1% what they make. Low premium, high value coverage, bundling the products with anything else that they are doing on the app. So for example, if somebody is paying an electricity bill, we would ask them, are you interested in a fire insurance? We have created these products in partnership with insurance companies. So in all the fintech work that we are trying to do, we are not the OEM, we are not the manufacturer. For our credit business, we partner with banks and non-banking finance companies. For our insurance business, we have tied up with 8 large insurance companies like Aegon, SBI Life, ICICI Prudential, Lombard, Bajaj General, etc. But what we have done with them is really created these curated products which we believe the market needs and deserves, and at a price point which is really affordable. And the journey is again as simple, 2 clicks in the app and you now have an insurance policy in your hand. I will just show you few products to give an example. So right here in the general insurance category, the first product is personal accident. Personal accident insurance we are selling for as low as 20 rupees premium. 20 rupee premium is super affordable in India. Nobody has sold it at this price point. And 20 rupees gives somebody a 100,000 Indian rupees cover. So it's a solid cover value. And somebody who earns a little bit more could pay a 100 rupee premium and get a 500,000 rupee insurance policy. Similarly, in other categories as well, for example, a dengue or malaria insurance or a Mediclaim insurance, all these innovative products at really small price points. And the reason we are able to do it really is completely digital, no OPEX, therefore no large operating cost. And so, we are able to create this no paperwork, instant issuance kind of framework. On digital wealth also we have done similar work. And I promise this will be the last slide where we try to plug. The aim here is again to provide investment products to people outside of a savings account. And to that extent, I would like to let you know that mutual funds in India, until 2018, the minimum ticket size required to invest in a mutual fund was 10,000 Indian rupees. And today, on MobiKwik app, an Indian user can invest directly into any of the 40 mutual fund companies for as low as 100 rupees. This is the power of democratization, disruption, which technology can bring, because there are no 5 intermediaries in between. It's a direct pipe to the mutual fund company. The entire flow is digital. So it doesn't really matter to us whether a user is investing 100 rupees every week or 500 rupees a month or 5,000 rupees in one shot for the entire year. The aim is to enable more people to invest. Similarly, we created a digital gold product which actually allows users to buy gold for as low as 1 rupee. 1 rupee. So you could even set a SIP where you want to buy gold worth 1 rupee every day or 10 rupees worth gold every week. The aim is to enable high yield products and the access to them so that a user who is in the lower middle income group is not really getting ripped off and has the ability to manage their funds to their liking. We have the distinct privilege of very recently having turned fintech, first fintech company in India to have turned profitable, and that has been a humbling exercise and a learning journey by itself. Just to give you a view, last year this time we were at about $1 million of revenue. Currently we are at about $5 million per month in revenue. So sort of a 5x growth that we have been able to create just by continuing to grow on the payments business, while at the same time pushing out these financial products, digital credit, insurance, as well as investment products. If you see here, the dark blue graph, which is growing steadily, is consumer payments. The light blue is our payment processing business, something like a equivalent of Stripe. And the red bars here are financial services. Just see how beautifully they are adding up and creating additional revenues for us. And we think that a payments-backed fintech platform is almost the perfect strategy for growth in India, because digital payments allows us to continuously acquire more users, more data, and then by selling more financial products to them, not only are we creating a very profitable digital bank kind of a company, but we are also creating trust and loyalty with our user base. And this we think is a very viable strategy, and we in fact believe that it can be replicated in many countries of the world where the macro is actually quite similar to India. This is our performance over the last few years, and by demonstrating our performance, my aim is to showcase that many other companies in India and Southeast Asia will come about. We've been doubling our revenues every year, and 2023 is when we'll be at $500 million revenue and quite healthily profitable at that time. So this is my mission of MobiKwik. I started MobiKwik along with my co-founder Bipin in 2009. So it has been a 10-year-old journey. You know, there is no success which is overnight. But I believe that we'll keep going on, and while we'll build out all of these things, payments, loans, insurance, wealth businesses, we also believe that we will launch MobiKwik in at least 2-3 countries in the neighboring areas very soon, including one in 2020. Thank you very much. This was my aim, to give you a little bit of inside view on the fintech revolution that's just getting started in India. I'm so happy to be here, and if there are any questions.
Well, actually, yes, we do. We have around 57 questions.
57, okay, I don't think
So I think that deserves a round of applause. I think you guys were really doing your homework here. And Upasan, I have 2 words for you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, first of all, many congratulations on this journey. It's been really wonderful that you shared it with us. Now, if it's up on the screen, I'm just going to share the most liked top 2 questions. I'm going to read off my phone, which says, how does the Indian banking NPA, the non-performing assets issue, affect fintech? Also, do you think fintech will be the answer to the current banking issues? So whoever has written this question is very smart. He's written 2 questions in one. So you really optimized your resources. So first question, do you think, how does the Indian non-performing assets affect fintech?
Correct. So yeah, India has seen quite a few large NPA stories in the last 12 months especially, and there have been times when there has been liquidity crunch. Last year this time it was that situation. Even currently, a lot of things are going bust. But I'll have you know that, most of the bad loan story is actually coming out of large corporate sort of wholesale loans given out by banks. And unfortunately, we all have to bear the brunt for it. The consumer NPAs are actually not as bad as the corporate ones. To the question that does it impact fintech, yes, it does. Specifically for a company like us, it does, because we don't have our own balance sheet. We have not taken a non-banking finance company license, and that's a choice. So I do think it is impacting a lot of smaller NBFCs as well as fintechs, because they are getting squeezed on the supply side. Because we have a strong platform with about 90 million users, And of course, we also have a 1-year history of our own loss rates to show. So we have not faced any challenges on the supply side in terms of getting capital from banks and NBFCs yet. But yes, at a macro level, I think it is hitting small and medium-sized fintechs. They are finding it hard, but I would also say that it is not as bad as the papers make it sound. So it's not that fintech startups are shutting down. It's just that if they were going to disburse X, then they're probably disbursing, 20% less loans per month. But it's not as if they are completely off the curve, etc. And I do believe that in a few months, the situation will improve again, as it did last year. I think, unfortunately, the press plays a larger role in creating the mood and the sentiment.
Okay, your next question is, what are the risks in using the online payment solution? I believe the person who asked the question may have been saying from the consumer point of view.
Correct. So, actually, in a country like India, the risks are actually low. I'll tell you why. Because when you use a debit card or even a mobile app to pay, for every transaction, you will get a one-time password via SMS from whoever is your issuer, whether of a card or a mobile wallet or a bank account, etc. And what that means is that, it's harder for somebody to defraud you, because you are the authorized user and the one-time password will always come to your device, your number. And so even if your card is lost, you have the ability to ensure that no money moves from your bank account, because your phone is with you. Your SMSs, your one-time passwords are coming to you. So because it's a two-factor authentication market, specifically India is actually very pro-consumer.
Well, I think that's all the time we have for now. Having said that, for those of you who asked the several...
Can I answer
Yes.
one more
Yeah,
question?
go ahead.
Sorry, it's very close to my heart.
Okay, in Kuwait there is a saying, when you want something, the Kuwaitis say, "Chim titfa," means how much will you pay? Okay, I think you can go ahead. We can give you time for
Just
one
the
more.
next one, because I also think that this is one of those macro questions where people think it's a doomsday scenario. So, 2015, 4 years ago, the Indian regulator, Reserve Bank, came up with new type of banking licenses. A payment bank was one of them, and small finance bank was the second license. And you are right, a lot of payment banks, including payment banks run by very large companies, telcos, banks, etc., have shut down. And there are some more that are shutting down. Just to be candid, I believe there were about 11 or 12 licenses given out, of which 4 people actually surrendered the license right away and did not even start operations. And then the people who started operations, half of them are shutting down. And while that's happening, the small finance banks are flourishing. So the important thing to know here is that new smaller banking licenses were created, so progressive regulation helps. I think on this particular one, it was very evident to many people, including us, and many CAs from all the CA firms, including the big fours, kept saying that there's no way to make money on payments bank. Because if you're only accepting money to be kept in an account where you can only earn payment revenue of 1.5%, and you are giving an interest rate to the consumer for the funds kept, but you can't lend the money, you can't do anything else with it. From a very common sense point of view, it was clear that the payment bank model will not be able to generate revenues and therefore profits. Versus small finance bank, which actually allows, many microfinance institutions or cooperative banks who turned into that, actually allows them to offer all the products, including credit, and are flourishing, by the way. So I believe newer licenses will come, and of course, personally, I'm waiting for an open or a digital bank license to come out, which has not happened in a large country like India. For a while, people are waiting for it. So let's hope it comes out in the next 5 years.
Okay, your next answer has to be yes or no. Just yes or no. Okay. Will fintech companies replace banks?
Yes, in certain sectors.
Okay. That's all the time we have right now. Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you so
let's
much,
give
everyone. Thank
Mrs.
you for having me.
Taku a very big hand. We'd like to present you with a small token of our appreciation, so if you'd be kind enough to join us in the center. And I'd like to invite Mr. Kaiser Shakir, and Mr. Sanjeev Pabrai to kindly come forward and present Ms. Taku with the token of our appreciation. Please give her a very big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Taku, Mr. Shakir, and Mr. Pabrai. Thank you very much. Let's give her a very big hand one more time, ladies and gentlemen. All work and no play makes, anybody? All work and no play makes, can't hear you. All work and no play makes who a dull boy? I've done my articleship. Unfortunately, I didn't complete. And my professor used to always say to me, I went to VR Mumaya and Associates and I did my articleship there with them. And my professor used to always say, Lloyd, what is CA? I used to always say, Chartered Accountant. He says, no. The exams are so difficult that they say, come again. So, all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. And we're going to move around. We're going to try and intrigue some questions. What I'm going to do is I'm going to shoot my first question out to this section that is here, that is not quarantined from outside. Okay, so we're going to ask you, this section here. How many of you here watch movies? Kafi sare dekhte yaar. When do you study? When do you keep up with the latest? Okay, this is the question for all. Okay, how many of you here watch Bollywood movies? Okay, so if you like Shah Rukh Khan or Salman Khan, please leave. Amir Khan lovers. This question goes out to anybody who can tell me, there was this one movie which was very famous, and the lead actor played a chartered accountant. The initials of the actor is FA. Okay, so we'll come to you, sir. Hold on to your question. Okay, it's Farhan Akhtar. And, okay, so you have the answer. It's a very old movie. To know. Geet Gaya Patron ne. Okay, no. Okay, I'm going to come. Wait, you first, you second, you third, but I'm going to ask this section here. Yes, ma'am. Golmaal, where Farhan Akhtar plays a chartered accountant. No, I'm talking about Farhan Akhtar. Farhan Akhtar plays a chartered accountant in a movie. Yes, sir. Yes, I saw you. I saw you there. You are definitely all anxious. Anybody in the section? Koi nahi? To chalo chalte hain yahan pe. Which movie is it? Golmaal, nahi sir. Farhan Akhtar. Farhan Akhtar recently played a chartered accountant in a movie. Yes, sir. Karthik Calling. Congratulations, Kaiser. That is the right movie. And Karthik Calling Karthik is a beautiful movie. It gave me goosebumps. I don't know how many of you have watched it. Okay, so now, Kaiser, you have won a special gift. Let's give Kaiser a big hand, guys. Congratulations, this is for you. I'm going to ask you all over here another question. Who is the smartest person in this ballroom? You. Why, sir? Why would you say you're the smartest? You believe in yourself. You believe in yourself, okay. Who is the smartest person in today's world? The person who can use technology to the best of its ability. Kaiser used Google and he got the answer. No? Well, I'm just following self-deprecating humor here. And we're doing that in a very light note. So Kaiser, so you can use your telephone. You've got a fast 5G processor. You can get your answers done. I sincerely urge you not to, because if nobody is looking, who's looking? God is looking. Just remember that, yeah? So no cheating here. Let's use our own intelligences like that gentleman there. Believe in yourself and answer the question. This next question goes out to anybody who can tell me. Now, this is a little more... Okay, so if anybody can read off my cue card, okay, go ahead and feel free to do so. Which is the first bank in India to use the robotic arm to sort, count currency notes, and its currency chests? I'm going to move on here. Yes, sir. Which bank is it? It's ICICI Bank. Which branch? Who's the branch manager? Just kidding. What is your name? This is the right answer. Let's give Mr. Narendra a very big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Narendra, this is for you. Many congratulations. Wish you all the very best. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations, sir. What we are about to do now is we are about to honor our members who have completed 50 years and 25 years. The ICAI members residing in Kuwait, working out from Kuwait, just come to Kuwait. And we have to honor them because it is no small feat to accomplish this milestone. And to do us the honors, may I kindly invite up on stage Vice President of ICAI India, CA Atul Gupta. Let's give him a warm welcome one more time. It will work like this. We urge you to shuffle your feet as quick as you can and move along because you're going to be sporadically all over the ballroom. We'd like to first invite our 50 years honorary member who has completed 50 years. This round of applause needs to be so loud that all the guests in the ballroom or in the hotel come and say, please turn the voice down. Let's welcome CA Minu Patel. And that truly deserves a standing ovation. Many congratulations to you, Mr. Patel. Our next recipient is CA Sarada P. CA Sarada P. Please join us in collecting your award. From here on, we are inviting our 25 years members. We've started with CA Sarada P. We only have one member who's completed 50 years and the rest of them 25 years. CA Chaco Sebastian. CA Chaco Sebastian. CA Chaco Sebastian. CA Srinivasan. Okay, we'll have Mr. Sai and the committee members receive the award on behalf of CA Chaco Sebastian. Or you're going to be here to deliver? Okay, okay. CA Srinivasan Rangamana. CA Srinivasan. We'd like to invite CA Harisha Kumar Shetty Minar. CA Harisha Kumar Shetty Minar. CA Harisha Kumar. CA Habib Khandwala. CA Habib Khandwala. There he is. Let's give him a big hand. तालियों की गूंज बंद नहीं होनी चाहिए. और मालूम है क्यों? क्योंकि शायद लोग पीछे से ही रुक जाएंगे. अरे खत्म हो गया क्या? अवार्ड मिलने वाला कि नहीं मिलने वाला? बचते रहो. CA Prashanta Shetty. CA Prashanta Shetty. Our ex-chairman of the ICAI Kuwait chapter. CA Zahid Kasmani. CA Zahid Kasmani. CA Zahid Kasmani. CA Sanjay Gaur. CA Sanjay Gaur. CA Alok Chugh. CA Alok. I heard a little birdie whisper, Alok is there. No? Okay, he stepped out. CA Aninda Banerjee. Having said that, if you know anybody who's not in the ballroom right now and present, kindly urge them to come on in. By the time we finish our last award, if they are here, we can let them come on and receive our award. I'll just announce the name. CA Sanjeev Agarwal. CA Sanjeev Agarwal. CA Aniruddha Anand Paitankar. CA Aniruddha Anand. Keep clapping, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to complete his final leg. He's right here. The smile was immaculate, ear to ear. Well, ladies and gentlemen, last but not in the least, when you give away awards all your life and you finally have to receive it, let's take a look and see what the expression is going to be. The gentleman is on stage and he's going to receive an award himself. Please join in welcoming CA Kaiser Shakir. Thank you to my committee members. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are now going to move on into another part of an activity. This time, let's do it because I have a question to ask you. If anybody here has a phone which is not a smartphone, come on here and collect a prize. If you do not have a smartphone, an old 3 series, 2 series, a Motorola, whatever it is, one of those phones which is the old, anybody. We are giving you away an Apple Max. कोई भाग के जाके एक ऐसा फोन लेके आएगा और दे देगा मुझे. Anybody? Anybody who's got an old phone which is not a smartphone? But we're glad that all of you believe in keeping up with technology because that is the next gen. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker has already come up onto the dais 3 times, and he is a man who really requires no introduction. He is the Vice President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Mr. Atul Gupta. Thank you so much for being here with us. Please join me in welcoming CA Atul Gupta, who is a man of refined thought process, quick understanding, and has a very sharp vision. CA Atul Gupta got elected as Vice President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India on the 12th of Feb 2019. CA Atul Gupta is known and appreciated widely for his key contribution to the ICAI as facilitator of goods and services tax regime, particularly in its formative years. Being a commerce and law graduate by education, CA Gupta has developed a unique perspective to look into the matter. He has led the cause of profession through various committees of the Institute, serving as Chairman of Digital Accounting and Assurance Board, Board of Studies, IT Committee, and Indirect Taxes Committee, among many others. Please join me in welcoming CA Atul Gupta, who is now going to take us through the journey of technology and its part and impact on accountancy as a profession. Ladies and gentlemen, CA Atul Gupta.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The very respected chairman of Kuwait chapter of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Mr. Sain, and his entire team sitting off the dais, all the respected chairmen of the various chapters from the GCC and including the London, the UK chapter, all the respected professional colleagues, seniors from the different part of the GCC, India, and other colleagues, the respected co-speaker, Ramesh ji, all the other colleagues. At the outset, I'm thankful to this Kuwait chapter for having two wonderful events. Yesterday, we signed the agreement with the Kuwait Association of Auditors and Accountants, and today we have this first ever, the international conference at Kuwait. Friends, I have a little lengthy presentation, but I will be, as the time permit is only 17 minutes now onwards, so I will be trying to run away with the presentation, so please, you have to bear with me. Friends, when we are talking about the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, you all are aware that we believe in the world leading accounting body, a regulator and developer of a trusted and independent professional with the world-class competencies. May it be the accounting, may be the auditing services, taxation, advisories, and so on. And actually, you are the real, I will say, the brand ambassador of this profession, looking into this part, contributing to the Kuwait economy, and taking the flag of the ICAI to the next level. So you are the real brand ambassador of this profession. Friends, the profession, you are aware that which is a national standard setter, was established way back in 1949 with only around 1,000 members. And today, it will not be, you will not be surprised to know that today we have more than 300,000 members. Out of that, 30,000 members are located overseas, and they are rendering to the length and spread of the country, to the globe, on all the various facets of the economy. We have more than 800,000 students, and I wish to draw to your attention with that you can proud of, that today your course may be recorded in the Guinness Book of World Record, where a mere fees of 65,000 rupees in terms of your this KD, it will be around 300 KD. This entire 3 years course is actually becoming a catalyst for the socio and economic reform, when the 2 years before, a daughter of an auto rickshaw driver got the first rank internationally, and last year it was the son of a tailor. A course which is only with a cost of less than 300 KD is giving an international career with this kind of a flourishing career. Nobody can be the better catalyst for the social and economic reform in all the sphere of their life. Friends, when we talk about the other aspect of the profession, I wish to share with you that today you have 164 plus branches across the country. You have 34 overseas chapters. You have 86 auditorium. You have our own building of 91 places in India with 154 reading rooms, 157 ITT labs, 6 data analytics labs, and 2 center of excellence. So this is your profession, which started in 1949, and we should feel proud that this kind of a mammoth, I will say that this kind of a big institution is being created over the period of 70 years, wherein each one of you is contributing like a soldier, like a financial army of the country, like financial army of this profession. Friends, when we are talking about the profession, I can share with you that as a leadership position, we have the 7 challenges before all of us. It was in 1965 also, there was a discussion that the future of the profession, and today even in 2019 also, we are discussing the same topic, that the future of the profession, because we believe we deal in the economic facet. So there is always a challenging time, there is always an expectation of the society, there is always an expectation of the stakeholder that how we have to take this profession to the next level. I will be not touching each one of them, but I will be giving you only the glimpses to share with you. When we are talking about the first challenge, that is something about the law which is creating a delimitation of the jurisdiction. Earlier times when you were studying, we were studying the service tax, we were studying the income tax and the other law, which were having a local jurisdiction. Beyond India, you can't practice, you can't render the services. Today, the situation is entirely different. You have the VAT, you have the international taxation, you have the IFRS. So the delimitation of the jurisdiction is happening. So it is like a mobility of the professionals from one part to the another part. It is not from India to outside India. It is a vice versa as well, that from outside India to India, there is a stiff competition each one of us has to face. And that required the reskilling of skills. So inverted comma, the reskilling of skill is required at the professional level. The another aspect which we have to understand, that recently, like just before this session, the Madam Upasana was talking about the fintech type. That is a new way of doing business. Uberization, the other aspect, the fintech, the way they are doing selling the insurance on the IT platform, which is creating a completely new way of doing business. Earlier, there was, when you were looking for the resources, you were looking for the equity shares being allotted in the primary market. Today, you are talking about the fintech. Today, you are talking about the private equity and so on and so on. So that required the different kind of a ball game when you have to understand the valuation, when you has to understand the intangibles and so on. So that wherein we have to reskill our skills in such a way that we will remain relevant with the value system which we are talking about. The third aspect is when I'm talking about is the emerging situation like valuations, insolvency, and this fast changing transitional environment. The fourth one when we are talking about is the expectation of the society from the assurance services. At times we are discussing whether it is a true and fair view or it is a true and correct view. The stakeholders, the over-regulations, these are all the aspects which we have to understand and take the trust to the next level. Then fifth one is the challenge from the digital disruption. I believe that Rameshji will be speaking much more, as I am a student of Rameshji in that particular aspect, that the ABCD of technology. So earlier days, the ABCD was talking about the A for apple, B for ball. Today we are talking about A stands for artificial intelligence, B stands for blockchain, which is creating a situation that the maker and checker concept will take away our 90% of our job to the systems, to the outsourcing to the system. And then the auditing, the assurance related to the commission, we have to expand using the C&D, that is the cyber security and the data analytics. Then how we have to reskill ourselves is again an important aspect. The global mobility, I spoke about that. The mutual recognition agreements, the mobility of the professional from location, one jurisdiction to the another jurisdiction is again creating a challenge we have to see. And the seventh one, that the role, the aim for which the institute was established way back in 1949, that to be a partner in nation building, which is rightly mentioned by the Honorable His Excellency, the 2005, the President of our country, APJ Abdul Kalam Sahab, that the chartered accountants are the partner in nation building. How we are contributing in that particular fashion, that is again a challenge before all of us. Friends, I have to speak on all these 7 aspects, but yes, whatever will be the time available to me, I will be trying to give you the glimpses of each one of them. When we are talking about the delimitation, I already spoke about that okay, how these new areas of profession are emerging, which are giving the delimitation of jurisdiction. When we are talking about the new way of doing business, I already spoke about, and the compliance environment is again becoming so aggressive that we have to gear up, we have to pull our socks all the times. Looking into all these aspects, I can share with you that the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India has developed certain focus areas. Yes, to be a partner in nation building, catalyst for a socio and economic reforms, strong skill sets among the budding chartered accountants. So whoever is becoming, so it should not be a rota learning, it should be a capacity building. You must have seen the movie 3 Idiot, like our MOC was discussing about you, कि उन्होंने बात क्या करी 3 Idiot में, कि success के पीछे मत भागिए, काबिलियत के पीछे भागिए. That is called the outcome learning approach in the other words, that how we have to move towards the capacity building exercise rather than the only passing the examination. Then reskilling of the already qualified chartered accountant is again very, very important, looking into the various challenges we are talking about. Then how to leverage our members into the changing IT paradigm is the next point which we have to discuss. In case of a trust building, we have to be a very, very strong regulator. Being Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, I can share with you, is the only body available globally which is not only giving the qualification, is also giving the license to practice, is also regulating the chartered accountants. So being set up under the Act of Parliament, all the functions are available to all of us. And then we have to work in a globalized environment and the improved member and student services. So these are the focus area. Your council, your profession is working day and night 24/7 to see that how we can contribute. These are the few aspects I can share with you. These are the various research projects, the initiatives taken by your institute in the partner in nation building. May it be the bringing any new law, may it be the Make in India, may it be the sustainable development goals, may it be the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. All these aspects are there where your profession, your Institute of Chartered Accountants of India is working shoulder to shoulder to be a partner in nation building. Friends, when we are talking about the expectation of the society, I can share with you, these are the way which how we can take the trust to the next level. First of all, we have to see that the budding chartered accountant should have that kind of a skill set which the society needs. Number two, that how we can remain relevant with the continuous professional education, that is called CPD and some places CPE in some places. The third one is that how our disclosure standards, auditing standards are matching with the global level. And fourth one, what is the strong this regulatory landscape which we are talking about. So these are the four pillars of creating trust and taking the trust to the next level in the society. Friends, if I speak each one of them, first of all is a strong skill set. I can share with you with the advent of this new scheme launched by the Honorable Prime Minister on the 1st of July 2017. Now the old days gone when we used to study and give the exams in a kind of a subjectivity was so much. Now today you have the open book examination in ICAI. You will be happy to learn because this will be a new, I will say, will be new things you are today maybe hearing first time, that in the final examination you have one paper that is open book examination. There are the elective papers. Out of 1600 marks paper, there are the 300 marks paper which are completely case study based evaluation is there. Now we have the complete, I will say the e-books available to the students. Students are not required to visit the ICAI to take the material. There is a complete CDS system which is applicable today. There is an e-book available. There is a complete e-learning hub available for all of them, that even they don't need to spend even a single penny to take the entire coaching from anybody outside from the ICAI. And that is something which we created in the last 1 year. E-learning hub is available to the members at large, and we are going to launch the same in the international conference which is happening, scheduled to be there on the 6th and 7th December. I can share with you that in the case of a digital hub, just to share with you, say for example you want to learn the IFRS or you want to learn the GST, the complete material ebook along with the video lectures, MCQ and FAQ will be available on a click of mouse just based on the password and the user ID which will be your membership number, and this will be subject to no cost to each one of you. So this is something which we are creating for the entire profession. All the material of the ICAI, all the books of the ICAI will be available on digital hub, and not only at the India but also to our MRA members, also to the other members of the society. And even yesterday we discussed with the KA team that even we will be offering to the KAA teams, that is Kuwait Association of Accountant and Auditor, that kind of a facility to them as well. So friends, this is something your new curriculum which we are talking about. When we are talking about the continuous professional education, these are the various courses being offered by the ICAI for the reskilling of our members, for sharpening the skills. These are the few post-qualification courses. These are the few certificate courses which we are talking about. This is a small video of the digital learning hub. I am not running that because of the paucity of time, but this video is available to you. This PPT is available to you. Maybe in the next time, whenever you have the time, you can run. Now members, the second aspect I was talking about, the matching of the international standard in a vis-a-vis the disclosure, vis-a-vis the auditing standards. I can share with you, this is a complete long slide, I am not touching that. But when we are talking about the IFRS vis-a-vis Ind AS, that is 99.7% matching, is only 0.3% carve out because of the geographical condition. I can share with you, these are the, this is the slide which you can cherish, that today with the matching with the international requirement, this is something the IFRS vis-a-vis Ind AS comparison. You can see practically the complete match is there. And when we are talking about the auditing standard, I can share with you the total standard issued by the ISB vis-a-vis the ICAI adopted the standards. It's more than the standards which is being issued by the ISB, because two standards created by the ICAI just to cater the need of the local requirement. So what I can say to you, to convey to all of you, whether it is the disclosure requirements, that is the auditing accounting standard, whether it is the auditing standard or it is the ethical standard or even it is the education standard, we are matched with all the international best practices So that is something which we are aspiring for all the times. Friends, this is something I can share with you, the sustainability reporting. It is the future. I will be I can touch this point, but because of the paucity of time. But this is we are talking about 2030, the Sustainable Development Goals. Very soon you will find, apart from the financial requirement, the disclosure requirement, there will be the requirement to give the disclosure on these points as well in your financial statement, which is required for the Sustainable Development Goals developed by the United Nations. And very soon ICAI will be starting the research on all these subjects, that how the disclosure requirements will be met for all these aspects related to the sustainability. What I can say to you that today, if we want to discuss about the future of the auditing standard vis-a-vis the accounting standard, there will be the three important pillars which will be contributing in the development of it's like a continuous journey. So journey of excellence. So it will be the three aspects which we have to take care, and we have to gear up for that. One is that new way of doing business, valuation, intangibles, something we have to understand that how they are going to be incorporated and reported, disclosed in the financial statement. Another is a digital disruption. Say for example, cryptocurrency, say for example, artificial intelligence, how they are going to impact the assurance services and all these things. And finally, the sustainable reporting. So this will be the future of the accounting standard vis-a-vis the auditing standards, which we have to keep in our mind to remain relevant with this system. Friends, when we are talking about the strong disciplinary landscape, these are the 7 pillars of regulatory mechanism, which is being developed by the ICAI over a period of 70 years. Today we have the strong regulatory mechanism in shape of a disciplinary committee, and I can happy to share with you that though it is not a point to share with happiness, it's like a point of not a happiness point, but we have concluded more than 300 plus cases in the last 9 months. Normally we are completing 100 cases in a year, but to see that even iota of member is doing like an error, so there should be immediate resolution of the same to create a level of trust among the society. We have completed more than 300 cases in the last 9 months. We are starting the e-hearing cases, and then other landscapes are available. I can share with you the UDIN concept, that is Unique Document Identification Number, is globally being applauded by all these stakeholders, regulator, and your brother recently presented the paper in the IFAC Council, where more than 80 representatives of more than 50 countries, all these, I will say the president and the other CEOs of all these professional bodies were there. We presented a paper of the UDIN, which is being globally applauded by all these stakeholders, that will be creating a new level of trust among the society. Friends, I will be talking about, this is something the profession need to adopt with this complex process, digitization and disruptive technology, as I mentioned you earlier. So I will not be touching this. Something technology side I can share with only to all of you, that there are the various type of jobs which will be repetitive in nature, administrative jobs, departmental work, which is going to be outsourced to the system because of the no human skills as such required, judgmental skills are not required. So as I mentioned you, that we have to concentrate more towards the skepticism side rather than doing repetitive jobs which is going to be outsourced to the system in times to come. Friends, this is new slides I created based on the recent visit to the IFAC. I can share with you, this is something about the technology innovation which we are talking about. These days we were talking about the Wi-Fi, but the time has come when somebody will be speaking about the Li-Fi. What is the Li-Fi? Anybody can guess? What is the Li-Fi? My time is over. Yeah, it's a light. It's like a Wi-Fi. It's a light through the transmitting of data through the light diodes rather than sending through the radio waves. It's transmitting the data through using this light which is there in the system. So these are the type of things which is happening in the technology side, and I was just having this small one slide from the World Economic Forum, which is talking about You can see on a top declining jobs, one is the data entry and the another is accounting bookkeeping. So you can see that by 2022, the top declining jobs will be the accounting bookkeeping and this all data entry. But if you will see the top emerging post, top emerging job area or the practice area, the first one is the data analytics. So that's why I was talking about that with the advent of A and B, this will happen, but with the with the adoption of the C and D, this first one, that is the data analytics. So we have to see that how to remain relevant in the system, we have to adopt this all technology. Friends, if I speak about the, I will not be touching this, but I can share with you what all the profession is ICAI is doing. So this is something ICAI is doing in the technology side. So you can see that we have started with the concept paper on the blockchain technology and how it is impacting the assurance services. Then we have started the executive development program on the blockchain, robotic process. We have started the 6 forensics labs. We have doing a joint study on the automation, that how it is going to impact the profession. That digital competency maturity model is being developed by ICAI. We are also going to start our international body at the level of ICAI to handle all this digital disruption, and then digital hub, cloud campus, and virtual CPRs. Even I can share with you that digital hub I was talking about will be offering you the structural CPRs as well, apart from the unstructured CPRs. So that is the beauty of that digital hub, and a challenge before all the chapters and the branches, that how the members will come then. But these are the few publications initiated by the ICAI. Friends, this is something about the global mobility which we are talking about. So all these initiatives are there from the ICAI side. I can share you, these are the all MOUs and MRA your profession is associated with. So this is something we all need to cherish, that today our qualification is recognized in more than 7 countries under the mutual recognition agreement. And even there are the cases when you have to appear only for 1 paper or even no paper to take the qualification from the other country, and vice versa, the difficulty level of your course, that they have to appear for 4 paper or 8 paper to take the similar qualification in India. So that is the beauty of your difficulty. That is the, I will say, तो हमारे यहाँ पर एक बार एक हिंदी में बात कहूँगा, हमारे काउंसिल मेंबर है वो बोला करते हैं कि किसी ने पूछा क्या कहते हैं कि भाई सीए करने में पैसे कितने लगते हैं, तो कहते हैं पैसे तो थोड़े से लगते हैं, चली जाती है. तो so that kind of a difficulty level you all are encountered with. So this is because of this all I can share with you. Friends, I wish to congratulate each one of you that recently the UK this qualification framework has given your qualification as status equivalency of a master degree for the purpose of UAE and the UK. So by virtue of that, for doing the post qualification, taking license, visa, all these issues will be resolved, and I convey the gratitude towards the Abu Dhabi chairman Ashish Bhai for this all initiative started by him, and we try to support him, assist him rather than, I should say, to in all this initiative. And very soon he will be giving a new announcement, but that is something we have to keep little on a low level, but maybe in next 15 days there will be the new announcement which all of you will cherish and respect, enjoy. World Congress, already the chairman Sai Bhai mentioned, and these are the few aspects which we are talking about, the members and student services which we are working on. So I believe that with all this, there will be the new phase, the entire digital paperless working in the ICAI, which will be supportive and facilitating to all the members at the for the ICAI, whether you are in India or any other part of the world. So friends, this is all. There was again a video about the leadership, but I have to skip that video as well because of the paucity of time. That was talking about that the leadership, how somebody can be a leader. With this, thank you very much to all of you for giving me this opportunity. I believe that I still over time by 2 or 3 minutes as per the schedule given to me. And any question from your side, I am available on behalf of the ICAI to each one of you. And once again, congratulating the Kuwait chapter for organizing the first ever international conference. Thanks, congratulations for the MOU with the KAAA and congratulations to each one of you for the part of this wonderful program today, and this wonderful venue as well, which is like we are cruise, we are having this conference in the cruise. So thank you very much to all of you.
We're talking about technology. We're talking about how it's going to impact accountancy. We moved on from Slido, and we are now going to go into a live format. So we have CA Trisha, if you can please move on into the audience. We're going to have, with a show of hands, if anybody has a question for our Vice President, we can take 2 questions before we move on to the next part. Anybody? Anybody who has a question connected to technology and its impact on accountancy?
Good afternoon, sir. This is Divakar from Chennai, India. So in terms of students who are passing out, because I've been in the academic field for almost 15 years now, the quality of technology education for a person who's finishing CA somewhere feels a lot to be desired for. What are your thoughts on that, sir?
I can just share with you that we are working in 2017 we shifted from a hardware type of a learning to the students to the new age technology. Today you are ITT and advanced ITT, which is 15 days each. The 2 times a student has to undergo with this course. Today you have, we are giving them the Excel and advanced Excel and the other latest technology they should have. But I can share with you that next few months you will see that we will be transforming this entire ITT into the data analytics. So practically there will be complete 30 days training on the data analytics to every student whosoever wishes to become a chartered accountant will be the part of the curriculum of the ICAI. So that is something we can do with the limited, you are aware that it's like we have the limited time available to give a ITT side training to a student. So that will be there in the course curriculum.
So
Any question otherwise?
Yeah, we have time for one more question. Is anybody? Yes.
Upasana ji.
Upasana.
Okay, Atulji, I'm not trying to ask you a controversial question, but this is from my real experience, so I would really like to know. So, you know, I've had my trials and tribulations in trying to hire a CFO, and often what happens is that you get a lot of profiles who are very good on finance, but alluding to the same question, and it's also the theme today, they'll say that I'm very good on my numbers, I'm very good on finance, but I don't get tech. So, you know, you handle the tech as the founders or CXOs of the company, I will handle the money and the finance. That doesn't quite work out. So if you see today, in most startups all over the world, including India, you know, whoever is the CFO is traditionally somebody, is typically right now coming from an MBA or a MBA finance type of framework. Although I think we would all love to have people from CA backgrounds, you know, step into proactive CFOs in tech, fintech companies. So how do you think about that? And, you know, what can candidates who are interested in going in the corporate finance direction improve? And how can companies who are looking for those people find the right fit? Sorry, a long question.
No,
sorry.
madam, no, it's not a wrong question. It's a very right question. I can share with you, madam, 2-3 aspects, dimension of this. That with the understanding of the requirement of the time. As I mentioned you, that in 2017, we revised our entire curriculum, which is we are changing with the permission of the parliament of our country. We shifted towards the elective papers, covering the risk management, covering the corporate finance, covering all these new requirement of the society. So if you will see that the student, the member who qualified in 95, 2000, 2005, or even prior to that, there was certain other requirements at that point of time. And now with the advent of new requirement, we are shifting, we are changing. But what I can say to you, as I mentioned you in the Hindi, कि पैसे थोड़े लगते हैं लेकिन जवानी पूरी चली जाती है, उसके पीछे एक पर्पस है मैडम. What is that purpose? That when each one of us is getting qualified as a chartered accountant with a rigorous kind of a training, which is not available in any other course apart from, if you will say the MBAs, I am not, please, agar koi MBA hai to please don't mind at all. But I can say you, the MBA, oh, this presentation, that presentation, this presentation, but where is the depth? So with that kind of a rigorous training, the chartered accountants are getting, I can share with you, they can handle everything, anything on this earth. Today, the chartered accountants who are hailing from India, today they are contributing in GCC, in Kuwait, in each of the country here, like they are practically the foundation of the entire economy. You can take any name of the company in Middle East, maybe Dubai, Abu Dhabi, or even here, you will find the CEO level even. Not I'm talking about the CFO level. I'm talking about the CEO level. Even yesterday I met with one of my friend in Landmark group here. He was mentioning that we have the 400 chartered accountants and their owner understand that it is only the chartered accountant who can run the business. It is only the chartered accountant who can run the business rather than anybody else. So yes, I am aware that we are not so much of like हमारे यहाँ पे एक पंजाबी में कहावत होती है कि थोड़ा होता है दिखाते इतना सारा है, बुरा मत मानना सर. लेकिन हमारे चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट क्या है, होता इतना कुछ है लेकिन थोड़े शाई नेचर के होते हैं, क्योंकि उनको इतनी मेहनत करके वो सीए बने होते हैं तो उनको वो आदत ही नहीं होती है कि वो कुछ बड़ा बड़ा करके दिखाने की. बुरा मत मानना.
Thank you very much. Well, having said that, we would like to invite up on stage CA Manoj Srinivasan, one of our 25 years felicitations that we would like to also complete now. Please join us, CA Manoj Srinivasan, on completing 25 years of successful practice and service while you're in Kuwait. Let's give Mr. Manoj Srinivasan a big hand. Okay, we'd like to move on and invite Mr. Sai Devta and Mr. Harmozda Davar to please present CA Atul Gupta with a token of our appreciation. Gentlemen, it is an honor to introduce and welcome to you His Excellency Mr. K. Jiva Sagar, Ambassador of India to Kuwait. Let's give him a warm welcome. So we had an introductory video earlier on, and we'd like to replay that for you, just to give you a synopsis of our journey and our future. Please enjoy. Please join me, ladies and gentlemen, in welcoming up on stage the Ambassador of India to Kuwait to be escorted by the Chairman and the Vice Chairman, His Excellency Mr. K. Jiva Sagar. The Ambassador of India to Kuwait, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great honor and pleasure also now to invite the Vice President and the Executive Committee members of ICAI Kuwait chapter to kindly come on stage as we are about to release the souvenir. Thank you very much, gentlemen. May I just request the Ambassador and the Vice President to stay on stage, the rest of you. Thank you very much. And yes, Mr. Chairman, Mr. and the Ambassador, we are now going to move on into felicitating the Executive Committee members. As you invite them up, we will present them with a token of our appreciation, and we invite you to felicitate them. Well, you're already up on stage, CA Sai Devata. Let's give him a warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. CA Kaiser Sheikh. CA Kaiser Shakir. CA Deepak Bindal. CA Aditya Dhanuka. CA Noel Cherian. CA Robin Gonsalves. CA Saibal Basu. Let's give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. They've toiled relentlessly to make this event a huge success. CA Ritu Sharma. CA Ritu Sharma. CA Shailish Ladal. CA Altaf Kasmani. Morning. CA Altaf Kasmani. And finally, may I invite the chairman and the vice chairman, along with the vice president, to kindly present a memento and a token of our appreciation to the ambassador of India to Kuwait, His Excellency Mr. K. Jiva Sagar. Thank you to each and every one of you. Thank you so very much. Thank you all. Well, मस्ती और मजाक वापस हो जाए थोड़ी सी. Okay, I believe in the power of the mind. Now this is how it works. How many of you believe you can change what already is not according to your liking? How many of you? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let me demonstrate. Let me demonstrate to you how we can change whatever we want to. Again, मैं तो हमेशा यही बोलता हूँ कि जो भी है मेरी किस्मत मेरे ही हाथों में है. अगर मुझे कुछ करना है तो मुझे बदलना है. अगर मैं नहीं बदला तो दुनिया में और कुछ बदलेगा ही नहीं. Nothing will change unless I change. So let me ask you to take a look at your hands again. Take a look at your hands. Bring them right in front of you. Everybody, come on, do this for me. I know it might sound a little strange and a little difficult for you to do this, but it's an exercise that's going to work. Come on, everybody. Come on, everybody. Put your hands up in front of you. Now, at the bottom of your hands, both palms, you will see that there are 2 lines. दिख रहा है? 2 lines. Everybody has 2 lines. किसी का faint रहेगा, किसी का dark रहेगा, लेकिन रहेगा definitely. See 2 lines there? Now take your hands, okay. Put the lines on top of one another. With the precision of a surgeon, join them up together till your hands become a namaste, okay, or a joint hand. Do it, come on to me. Put your hands together. With the precision of a surgeon, put both lines together, one on top of the other, and bring your hands up together. And you will notice, look up straight at your hands, and you will notice one hand is a little longer than the other. It might be very fractional, it might be there. Do it again. But there definitely is a fact there. Put your hands together, and your hands, one will be longer than the other. Everybody gets it? Gets it? No, hold on. Please don't let go. Because this is exactly what Upasana was talking about. We as older folk, now I'm 46 too, 44, okay? So in our olden days, we kind of forget that we got to change, we got to adapt to times. Everybody, come on, try this exercise with me, come on. Dawn, you there? Everybody notices one hand is a little longer than the other? Okay, now the shorter hand, take it, put it in front of your face, and I'm going to get that hand to grow. This is no voodoo stuff, this is you. Take that hand in front of your face, the hand which is shorter. Tell that hand 7 times, like you mean it from your heart. Grow longer. Bhai, tere andar kuch nahi hai. Grow longer. Come on, everybody. Come on, say everybody. Come on, do it for me. The hand which is shorter, grow longer. Come on, say it 7 times to your hand. Sir, you got to say it. Come on. If you don't say it, your hands are going to be, come on, do it for me. Grow longer. Grow longer. Grow longer. Grow longer. Grow longer. Now go back. Get your hands out like this, yeah? Do the same exercise again. with the precision of a surgeon, line to line, kar do use. How many of you see that the hands came to the same size? This only works with your hands, by the way, huh? Do not try it with anything else. Well, ladies and gentlemen, masti mazak to sab karte hain. We got to do some of this to get ourselves going. And unless we talk to ourselves and make ourselves move into a direction that we really believe, it's not going to work. I'm going to come around and I'm going to ask you some questions. So I'm going to squeeze through this gap. Okay, I haven't hit the gym for a while, so it might be difficult for me to maneuver around. So I'm going to give you a couple of minutes and we're going to come through. Let's do this section this time. Okay? After a recent report, this is for you guys. Okay? After a recent report from the delivery service Swiggy's, which dish was ordered the most by Indians in the last 1 year? I want the correct answer. Biryani? Am I right, biryani? I want the right answer. I want the right answer. I want the right answer. Let me ask you a question. If you went into an examination hall and you were asked to give an answer and you gave half the answer, would you be winning? Yes, sir. Sorry? Laddu? Nahi, sir. What is it? Chicken biryani. So the answer is not biryani. Biryani बहुत सारे होते हैं भाई. Veg के होते हैं, chicken के होते हैं, mutton के होते हैं. Sir, that is the right answer. आप खाते हो chicken biryani? Swiggy से कभी order किया आपने? What is your name? Ranchan. Let's give CA Ranchan a very big hand as he wins a prize for knowing what Swiggy had on sale maximum. Okay, now here goes. Here's one more. One more question, then we're going to skip on and move on into the next of our presentation. If there is anybody here who can come to me first with your mother's or father's photograph, not on your telephone, not on your phone. Phone pe digital nahi, sir. I want the real thing. Kabhi ay. Okay, now he's got mummy, daddy, gaon, bhaiya, behna, sab hai yahan pe. He has. Okay, so hold on, stay there. What is your name, sir? Chetan. Kyun rakhe itne photo? Kyun rakhe? Why have you kept so many photographs? वो आपके सब कुछ है इस दुनिया में. फोन में क्यों कॉपी नहीं करके रखे आपने? कभी मेमोरी क्रैश हो गया तो, है ना? The real thing is the real thing. Congratulations, Chetan. This is for you. I will give one to this lovely lady. What's your name, ma'am? Merin. You have all the family photographs, so you don't want to miss anybody. Let's give all of our families, ladies and gentlemen. हम अगर कुछ भी है इस दुनिया में, अगर कहीं से भी आए हैं, हमारे माता पिता के बिना हम कुछ नहीं है. हमें ये लेके चलना है लाइफ में. कोई भी डिजिटल, कोई भी टेक्नोलॉजी, कुछ भी हो जाए, हमारे लाइफ में हमारे माता पिता के बिना हम कुछ भी नहीं है. और उन महान व्यक्तियों के लिए जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. To our parents who have done so much for us, who at times get very little or no recognition. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be covering the subject, and it is CA. Sorry, before we move on to the next speaker, we have Slido. Those of you who do not know about Slido and have just joined in, it is www.slido.com. You get in, you register with G751. G751. So what happens here is you are going to get in, type your questions, do not do them right away. As we have CAPR Ramesh, who is going to be delivering the next subject, which is Digital Revolution, the new auditor. As he speaks, some of your questions might already get answered. So hold on to your questions. Let's not bombard the internet with things that do not matter if they've already been answered. It's very important to make sure that you don't get lost in the crowd. Let the presentation start, And as you're going, if on a particular subject, on a particular note, in a particular area, you weren't clear about something, that's the time to approach Slido. But till then, give him your attention, give him your ear, and listen to what he has to say. Because it is the new auditor. Please join me in welcoming Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, I missed a profile and into another one. Apologies. CAPR Ramesh, who is a partner at Deloitte, Haskins and Sells. PR Ramesh is a partner in Deloitte, Haskins and Sells with over 44 years of experience in the profession and is a fellow member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. He has been associated with various government regulatory bodies, industry bodies, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, and he carries vast serving experience. Let's welcome on stage CAPR Ramesh. यार तालियां में कंजूसी नहीं होनी चाहिए यार, जोरदार ताली हो जाए. Remember G751slido.com. As the presentation is on, your questions may be asked.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency Ambassador, the Vice President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Mr. Atul Gupta, dignitaries present here, Chairman, Vice Chairman of Kuwait chapter, ladies and gentlemen. I've never spoken at a first conference of any of the chapters or branches of the Institute, and this is truly an honor and a privilege. Thank you for inviting me. I've also never spoken in a ship, and this is another experience which is truly fascinating. And pardon me if I'm not able to deliver well, it is because I'm really bowled over by this ambience here. I've never been done so. The theme of this conference, I think, is very, very apt. Don't take it lightly. The theme of the conference talks about the Industrial Revolution 4.0 and the digital impact which is there. My talk may be a little more narrower insofar as the impact on the core of our profession, which is audit. Our profession is perhaps one of the oldest professions in the world. I say one of the because I wouldn't like to say what is the oldest profession in the world. Yet, the core, which is audit, is today under threat. We are today in the beginning, or perhaps to some extent in the midst, of the fourth industrial revolution. This is an industrial revolution which is bringing about and will bring about such fundamental changes, something which you have never experienced or imagined before. That is the hard reality. There is one strong message from that. And that one strong message is there will be disruption. It's no longer about whether you will be disrupted. The question is, when will you be disrupted? There will be no exceptions. It's only a matter of time. Mark my words, ladies and gentlemen, including our profession. And that's why I compliment you on this topic, which is forward-looking. I am not a soothsayer. I can't tell you what the future will hold. But all I can tell you is the future will be so different from what it is today and what it was yesterday. As a profession, we may have started the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India in 1949, but I can tell you, a few years ahead, we will be nowhere near what we were when we started the profession in 1949. And for those of you who believe it will be business as usual, you will be in the Jurassic Park of professionals if you ignore this. And that is why it is that fundamental thinking which is required. The way we live, the way we work, the way we relate to each other is changing dramatically. New business models, disruptions of incumbents, transportation, delivery systems, accounting, taxation, everything is changing and will be impacted by this digital world. It's so profound. Never in a lifetime would we experienced this. We are at that cusp of phenomenal potential and opportunity too, provided we recognize and adapt to this change. Just some time ago, Upasana raised a valid question. We answered it. Yes, we took pride, we are chartered accountants, we have it. But think deeper into that question. She expressed a need for a type of individual, need for a service is irrelevant, for which the qualifications are not the issue. It is the type of service or the type of credentials which one is seeking. This is just one voice. As you explore the world and the changing world in future, there'll be a crescendo. There'll be the huge decibel of need for services which will be so different from what we can provide today, and the qualifications or the skill sets. The Vice President rightly said, reskilling ourselves. My topic, as far as this is concerned, is the core is only on audit, but you can extrapolate this to a lot. But let's begin by understanding what's the fourth industrial revolution. Very too much of time. I know there is in this 15 minutes I have to complete all of this. You know, the first industrial revolution started sometime in the 16th century, but if you go on to the most recent, what we are seeing a congruence of the physical world, the digital world, and fintech is only one small part of it. See is everything, whether it's the medical field, the accounting field, the way we think. So if you think that what you are doing involves judgment, that can be replicated. If you think we are doing as accountants and auditors is something fascinating, I can assure you that that is a fundamental, simple message. In one line I would like to give you. Why is it so? Technology is all pervasive. Today more people use mobile devices than they use toothbrushes. The hard reality. The cost, the speed, the storage is phenomenal. It's almost virtually free today in terms of storage. That's how it is. And we just talk of artificial intelligence, we yet to move into artificial general intelligence and artificial superintelligence. What we see today, whether it is in Siri or Cortana or anything, is basic. That's not AGI, artificial general intelligence. But the work which is happening is unbelievable. Even in the physical world, if I give you an example of metals which are coming up, graphene which is coming up, 200 times stronger than steel, 1 million times thinner than the human air. And if that comes at a cost which is affordable, you can imagine what it means to the products which we have. So is it with services. And then you have the millennials, you have the contingent workforce, you have the whole host of things. And look at even data alone. What we specialized was hindsight, accounting, what happened. It's moved away from hindsight to insights, which is far more detailed, to foresight. Everybody wants forward-looking, because success will depend on who is forward-looking and who can adapt to the future. That is the reality, and that is where accountants and auditors will come in. I'm trying to maintain the time here. There are a lot of very interesting predictions. Yesterday I was at a meeting in Mumbai. Somebody quoted about a board, it was about governance. In Hong Kong, a company having a robo as a director on the board. Then the whole questions came up because they said, yeah, the robo can analyze far more data than you and I can do, can run through those agenda papers in a fifth of a second, do all the analytics and come up with the right decision. That is the hard reality. And then what does it mean for accountants and auditors? The Vice President presented this. We are under threat as far as the losing jobs. What do we see? There are 6 challenges at least. Clearly business models, because when we are talking of audit or even accounting, the business which we are auditing or the business of accounts which we prepare feels different. We need to have new mechanisms to measure and report. If we can't understand the business, what are we measuring? That will change. So what is that business model? We keep talking about it, saying Airbnb doesn't own any rooms. Okay, you say Uber doesn't own any cars, but yet they are such large businesses. Take a simple case. In 1994 in Detroit, the top 3 companies had a market capitalization of 36 billion. They had revenues of 247 billion. They employed 1.3 million people. Fast forward 25 years later, top 3 silicon companies had a market capitalization of 1.09 trillion for the same revenues of 39 billion, but employed only 130,000 people. That is what we are seeing. The value which is coming from lesser people, but that's a hard reality. Now, those businesses are so different. Then you're seeing increasingly bundled transactions. Then we are also having these borderless transactions. Where is the transaction happening? In the digital world. You and I as accountants and auditors need to be able to identify that. Just think. And what is the business? Is a car a computer on wheels or a car with a computer? The way things are when you look at a Tesla vehicle today. Who is the beneficiary in transactions and who is the beneficial owner? So blurred. You can imagine this impacts all of you, including taxation and all of it. And when you're dealing with information, the intensity of information, the variety of information, the interrelationships and integration of information is phenomenal. This, therefore, has its impact on our financial reporting. The President spoke about it. Nobody wants just numbers. Nobody wants data, they want information. It's beyond just numbers. It's integrated reporting. You go to any annual general meeting today of a company, they talk of 3 Ps, they talk of sustainability, they talk of so many metrics which is beyond just rupees or dollars or KDs or whatever you may call. It's far beyond. Are we capable of measuring? How are we going to deal with this? How are you going to provide assurance, audit on this? There are what we call non-GAAP measures, non-generally accepted accounting principle measures, digital forms, XBRL, and completely into forward-looking information. Reporting of the future, therefore, will be intelligent, no longer just data. It will be interactive. You and I will be holding iPads, can drill into whatever levels of it, and we will want that level of assurance, and it will be real time. Who wants an annual report? Year-end, last 1 year's result, 3 months coming 3 months later. Who cares? The world has changed in 3 months. This is the world you and I need to be prepared for. I know today India has bowled out Bangladesh without even reading tomorrow's newspaper. It's real time. And that information has to be accurate. That information has to be attested by you and I as accountants. So when you get into that, start now thinking, what will the new auditor look like? When you see the future of reporting from the way it is to the extent of data and analytics, I'm sure you must be doing this, but this is just the tip in terms of the potential of the speed of processing and the tools which are available. It will be phenomenal. And that's let me come to my core subject of auditing. We had this annual audits. You ask yourself, is this relevant? Is historical information any more relevant for you? We moved on from there. We said, okay, we need more current, we need more quarterly interim reviews, etc. Then we said, it's so large, we need controls to be reported. All that is fine. We got on to key audit matters. That is what the auditors did. And in the early 1950s, when you go back, we only looked at accuracy of reporting, all of it. But today, even an audit to verify. Look at it in my time when I started. Everything was manual. You had to look at books. You put ticks. Where is it today? I don't even know where transactions happen. Everything is digital in that world. Am I competent? That was a question which he asked in a way. Do I have those three things which are required? Do I have the mindset? Do I have the skill set? Do I have the tool set? Ask yourself this. Remember, all those elements which brought you today to here, including me in the 45 years, I know I may have, my 45 years of experience is irrelevant for the future, because that is not the world of the future. So when we get into this, what will this new auditor have in terms of mindset, skill set, and tool set? As professionals, we have to be relevant. We are needed only because we are relevant. Otherwise, we'll have a question like which was asked. Why do you need you? You're not relevant. Yeah, you have 45 years experience as I have. I have a qualification which beside my name. But am I relevant? The answer is no. So the digital auditor will require new tools. Just look at today how investigation happens. In the good old days, when crime happened, policemen would bring a dog, a sniffer dog, give the handkerchief that would go look for the person who committed the crime. In a digital world today, that's how they look at cell phone records, they look at CCTV images, and quickly zero in on who committed the crime and what really happened. Isn't that what an auditor should have today? In a digital world where all the evidence is so different from the world of evidence which you were used to in the past? Are we using those? If the whole environment is digital, are we capable today, trained, capable today to use those digital tools? And I'm giving you this message because this is the new auditor. He will have to have a paradigm shift in skill sets. No longer is about routine testing, no longer sample. Because you can run the tool on the entire population and in minutes come up with a result. There's no question of sample testing. A tool which can read 10,000 contracts over in a jiffy and tell you where are the outliers. You don't need thousands of people reading those contracts. That's the tool which is available today. And that's what we need to be doing. Think on these minds if you want to be relevant. So the change in composition of audit teams will happen. This will definitely have its positives. If you're able to do this, you'll have high quality audit because you're actually, it's audit for purpose, not audit for regulations, which was what is the archaic one. And there will be more insights. As I said, remember these three things, moving away from hindsight to insight to foresight. And that's exactly those three things which you had that shift which should happen. And therefore, and you extrapolate this a little more, and then you will find that your foundation was all data and data integration. That is basic. You moved on to analytics, and now I'll show you visualization. It's moved on to visualization, and I'll give you a quick example. Going on to predictive analytics, you're using that same thing to predict. Today, what's the big angst in the corporate world? Across the world, whether it's United Kingdom, there have been 3 reviews in the United Kingdom. There was the Competition Markets Authority, there's the Sir Kingman review, now there is the Bryden review on. Why? Because companies collapsed overnight. Big companies, no signals. Even rating agencies rated them well. Overnight collapse. How can we predict? Investors have lost money. They said, I didn't know. How can we have this happen? predictive analytics, and then get into artificial intelligence, way beyond cognitive. These are techniques which artificial intelligence will come on to a big way. And that is why this data integration, and if you get to see, visualization, look at it in the same way, then it hits you. Look, this is where the problem is. These are the tools which are currently available, which an auditor will have to be using, which will help him to be more user-friendly, it will be more efficient, and it is clearly related to data. Now, there's a lot which I can speak about insofar as the cognitive intelligence is concerned, but I think I'll skip this to talk of what is the audit of the future. You know, we had this question about digital, how do you create digital people? Digital has to be in your DNA. Your organization has to be digital. You should live and breathe digital. In my organization, people say, why is Mr. Ramesh wearing the latest Apple Watch? He can still, his old Swiss watch could tell the time. Why? Because I want to be in the present. My Swiss watch did tell the time. I want to think digital. Only when I start thinking, as parents, we say, oh, my kid knows how to operate that app, I don't know. Ask yourself, why can your kid do and why can't you do? Aren't you a qualified chartered accountant? It's because you're not thinking digital. You need to embed digital. So don't be digitally illiterate and don't be digitally myopic. So the transition has to be from exploring digital to ultimately being digital. So you can become a digital audit provided you're a digital organization and you have digital into your DNA. And I spoke about this mindset, skill set, and tool sets. And with these, you are able to analyze large volumes of transactions. But ask yourself as an auditor, you say, what do? I analyze data. You say, I audit receivables. I look at whether the debtor is paying on time. That's all data. What's great in it? Machines can do that. So ask yourselves, what am I doing today which cannot be done when you move into a robotic system? What is it which you're doing today cannot be done? And then it becomes scary. And today when you're really auditing the future audit team, this is what I wanted to tell you, it's no longer about, look at this, you can't do without a cybersecurity expert, the president talked about. You can't do without a data analytics expert. You need IT specialists in the whole composition. So when you talk of audit, it's completely different in what it is. It is about finally being relevant. Digital is one part of that component of audit. Two things are important as far as audit is concerned. Our audit product and the audit process. You can have a great process but a poor product. People may not want the product. You can have the best produced car but may not be relevant in today's times in certain areas. You need to have that product too. And in the digital age, and I'm glad you chose this topic, my time's run out, it's important for us to think digital and finally to be digital. And you will be scratching the surface if it's a digital environment and you are a traditional auditor. Those days are over. Then you will not be needed. And the same question will be asked, can I get an auditor who's digital, who can understand my systems and who can do my audit? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, Mr. P.R. Ramesh, I'm going to ask you to stay back because we have a few questions for you. Ladies and gentlemen, this used to happen in the past very often. Did any of you ever imagine, when I was growing up at least, they said, सारी दुनिया जो है तुम्हारी उंगलियां पे नाचेगी और आप दुनिया में कहीं से कहीं पे भी अपनी उंगलियों के जरिए जा सकते हैं. You will be able to explore the world with your fingers. And I was growing up and it was so difficult to even imagine. Then we had the Internet Explorer, we had the World Wide Web, and everything came on. And today when somebody says, I can tell you जो तुम सोच रहे हो, जो तुम समझ रहे हो और जो तुम्हें करना है, and you say, हाँ यार ये शायद होगा. We cannot put anything behind us. So what you said is absolutely right. We are going on into a world which is unimaginable. A question that is like the most, we have around 7 questions only. Maybe it's a taboo that people are a little afraid of, but there is a lot of like. Will accountants be replaced by artificial intelligence and machine learning in the decade to come?
Highly likely. As I said, I'm not a soothsayer. But all I know is if I don't change and I don't look at what I need to do to be relevant, I don't even know the type of service which will be required, whether audit will be required. Because if you look at it, there was a time where cashier was a trained profession who could count cash with that speed in a bank. Do you ever go to a bank today? Is an ATM trained? You are happy to withdraw cash from an ATM at any point in time and it comes out accurately. Look at what will happen. My extreme predictions, which which is heresy perhaps in a way, I said, why do we need a pujari in a temple or a preacher in a church? You go to pray to God, not to the pujari. Imagine if it was digital and the mantra came out and then the holy water came out at a press of a button. You are going to pray to God. He is an intermediary. Disintermediation is the principle which will happen. If you are an intermediary, you are threatened. So that's the short answer to this.
Okay, I don't know how many of you have watched the video. There is an actual video on this, what you said. There is a family in the US who called people over for a housewarming. They bought a new house. And the pujari came in and he had a small little monitor with him and he placed it in the middle and everybody sat around it. And he asked them very simply, anybody seen this video? Okay, so a couple of you have seen this video. And he says, आपको क्या चाहिए? Live पूजा जो मैं गाऊंगा या कि ऑनलाइन जो कॉल सेंटर से आएगा? तो उन्होंने बोला आपकी वॉइस थोड़ी सी अच्छी नहीं लग रही, कॉल सेंटर. So they went on and it came up, you want to चरण चढ़ाना है 5 coconuts. So 5 coconuts 5 बार दबा देना. So the world is moving into a world of digitization and you're absolutely right. It looks likely. Next question for you. There have been plenty of compliance lapses in the recent time. How does digitization, the new age of auditing, plan to address this concern?
Okay, 2 responses to this. Fact is, digitization will actually minimize compliance lapses. From my own experience, when GST came into India, the goods and services tax, which was never there before, clients came and told us, we don't want advice. You may be you may have GST specialists, we want a tool for compliance. And you can keep updating that tool. That is point number 1. The second is, in any service which we render, we have to be conscious as to what is expected of us. In the auditing world, unfortunately, there are 3 challenges which are happening today. First is what they say is choice and concentration. There is too much of concentration and less choice in terms of number of auditors which one has. It's a world issue. Second is the issue of audit quality. And the third larger issue, which we can talk about, is self-interest over public interest. Is there more self-interest for professionals over public interest? It raises that issue. If you read the book by the former chief of the FBI, the title is apt, A Higher Loyalty. As service providers, we have to realize our loyalty is not just to those who pay us or who hire our services, but there is a higher loyalty which is expected.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And that's all the time we have. May I invite on stage Mr. Deepak Bindal, Mr. M.S. Matthew, Mr. Badur Al-Wazan, to please come forward and present our speaker, CAPR Ramesh, a token of our appreciation. Let's give him a very big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You have just delivered a message and a bit of truth that most of us need to be very conscious and aware of. We would now like to invite on stage the chairman and vice chairman of the ICAI Kuwait chapter. Please welcome them on stage, ladies and gentlemen, as we are going to present mementos to our subcommittee members. Ladies and gentlemen, we are joined by our members from the KUWAIT board. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Abdullah Al Isa, who would receive a token and a memento of our appreciation from His Excellency Mr. K. Jiva Sagar, Ambassador of India to Kuwait. May I invite Mr. Abdullah Al Isa to please come forward and say us a few words. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome.
Hello everyone, I would like to thank the ICAI for their invitation for KAA, Kuwait. On behalf of our society and association, Kuwait and Auditor Association, would like to thank them. Yesterday we have signed a memorandum of agreement, and it's the first with India. And we look forward for more cooperation, and I would like to thank them for the invitation and for the memorandum of agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We would now like to invite the chairman and the vice chairman of the ICAI Kuwait chapter to please come forward and present the subcommittee members with a token of our appreciation. Okay, we'd like to begin. CA Dheeraj Soneja. CA Dheeraj Soneja. We have Noel, who's going to be presenting the mementos along with our chairman. CA Chirag Shah. CA Umesh Soni. CA Umesh Soni. CA Trishya Dalmia. CA CA Trishya Dalmia. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, give them a big hand. CA Shweta Chipra. CA Shweta Chipra. CA Rohit Agarwal. CA Rohit Agarwal. CA Gyanesh Tiprewal. CA Gyanesh Tiprewal. CA Kirti Buchasia. CA Kriti Buchasia. CA Sriram Gopala Krishnan. CA Sriram Gopala Krishnan. CA Martin C. Padachira. CA Martin C. Padachira. Come on, friends, give him a big hand. And finally, KN Unni. And from Uridu, we'd like to give away a memento to Mr. Bilal and Mr. Anup. Mr. Bilal and Mr. Anup from Uridu. Please give them a very big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Uridu, who are our strategic sponsors. And from Oracle, we'd like to invite Mr. Swami and Mr. Rinkesh. Mr. Swami. Thank you very much to our committee members, the chairman, thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have a very special announcement to make. If you look outside, there's a strong buzz, and there are a lot of kiosks that are promoting and educating you with different kinds of technologies. Please take a look, take a visit. But in particular, if you want to win a prize, Caesars and Al-Ghanem Tires are having their own raffle draws where all you got to do is drop your business cards and you will have a chance to win a special prize. We are now going to take a break and come back in 15 minutes from now. While we do that, please take a look at Slido, because we have a new poll. If we can display the Slido screen, please, while you progress. Now this is talking about the challenges of what technology is, and it's giving you several options. So anybody here who can say what the challenges are of technology, anybody here, if you can shout it out. What is your challenge with technology? Anybody? What is your biggest technology challenge? Suresh? Anybody not being aware how to use it? Because PR Ramesh said it very clearly. My niece, who's 20, knows how to use the phone better than I. And they are far advanced, and we can't revert back. We can't roll back when they make those changes. So the poll is very simple. What is your organization's biggest challenge when it comes to digital transformation? And you as well in the organization being a part of that. Is it the cultural resistance? Because many employees believe and feel that their jobs are going to be eliminated. And they might be. Let's face the bitter truth, they might be. Is that a cultural resistance? Are you worried about security concerns? When we say security, we mean network, data breaches, IT, those kind of security concerns. Or the lack of digital literacy among senior leadership team. This is like what Ms. Thakur was talking about. When you have people on the upper level who are not as savvy or tech friendly, would that be a big challenge? So please vote for which you think, because what's going to happen with these polls are the speakers who are to come and our content will revolve around what you say. And we are going to transgress this information across to the other units to share and to let people know where the world is moving. Have a break. We'll see you in a short while from now. Thank you.
In the same way a human would, RPA is non-invasive. The value of RPA is quantifiable and can be applied across many business functions in any industry. It is a tool that enables people to focus on value-added tasks. It does not completely replace people. It does, however, take the robot out of the human. We help organizations establish RPA capabilities and build automation to get more value from the people they have. When implemented methodically, RPA can be more efficient, operating around the clock and at a significantly increased pace. Higher quality with elimination of human error. Reduced cost with less time and manual effort required. More productive with employee time spent on value-added activities. Increased flexibility with adaptability to scaling. Our focus is on ensuring RPA is sustainable. This means taking a strategic approach, applying a risk lens, demonstrating quick value, and ultimately establishing an operating model for RPA that enables the business to realize value. We deliver the right answer for the business, and and to ensure we do this, we remain technology agnostic. Protiviti provides a straightforward and iterative approach to RPA that begins with establishing business and technology foundations tailored to an organization's needs and anchored in their organization's strategy. Once in place, our agile approach is to design, build, deploy, and operate RPA cycle continuously. This cycle facilitates delivering value faster and increases opportunities to iteratively optimize automated processes. We help organizations become self-sufficient as quickly as possible, establishing a sustainable center of excellence, and then transferring the knowledge and skills required to develop in-house RPA capabilities, enabling the business to be more productive, agile, and flexible. Recognizing that with the power of RPA's simplicity also comes complexities, we support the ability to navigate through those
A digital revolution is currently taking place that's transforming the world we live in. Technologies such as robotics, AI, wearables, drones, autonomous vehicles, nanotech are just a few examples of the technologies that are going to drive change over the next few years. Many organizations will need to go through radical change programs and in some cases completely reinvent themselves to remain relevant and competitive. In our view, business leaders should think about how they can embrace the opportunities that emerging technologies present. Failure to do so will leave businesses very exposed to established competition or new startups disrupting the status quo. It's ultimately going to be a case of survival of the fittest.
Most organisations now recognise that digitalisation is one of the biggest risks facing the business over the next few years. However, many organisations are significantly underestimating the sense of urgency or the potential rate of change.
At Protiviti, we've developed a number of tools that we're using with our clients to help them as they look to shape and implement digital strategies. Our digitalisation framework helps our clients think about what digital transformation means to them and ensures that they do not have a narrow view of digital transformation and miss out on opportunities. Our framework helps clients focus in on the following areas. First, exploring new ways to connect and build strong relationships with customers. Second, launching enhanced products and exploring new business models.
Hello.
Third, exploiting enhanced data analytics to improve decision making and ultimately to enhance digital propositions. And finally, creatively using technology.
Hello. Hello.
It is empowered knowledge, letting you lead in your field to compete in the digital era where everything can happen at the touch of a finger. You must move from the physical world into the virtual one. So place your trust in the leaders of the digital transformation. Those who secure your data with a wide range of managed security solutions and establish a solid infrastructure for your business with ultra-fast premium internet from Fast Telco that enables you to connect and achieve great success as big as your trust. Uridu Business, leaders of the digital transformation.
Companies across the globe are taking robotic process automation to the next level. The question is not if, but how RPA will affect your company's future. Protiviti and ESI Thought Lab surveyed executives worldwide and learned that in as little as 2 years, leaders in RPA will use bots in virtually every function and department of their organizations. IT, marketing and communications, product development, finance, sales and biz dev, and more. The results of our study also suggest that using RPA will lead to significant revenue growth. Other important benefits of RPA include increased productivity, better quality and speed in RPA-driven activities, stronger competitive market position, and higher customer satisfaction. Learn more by reading Taking RPA to the Next Level, available at protiviti.com/RPA.
Robotic process automation is one of the technologies fueling the digital revolution. RPA has caught the attention of organizations across all industries for its relative ease of implementation, speed to ROI, and impact on operations. RPA is a software that enables business users to automate manual and repetitive tasks. With business users today being more tech-savvy than they were 10 to 15 years ago, automation development in RPA is more accessible. In the near term, businesses will understand and want to apply RPA to business issues. Interacting with the user interface in the same way a human would, RPA is non-invasive. The value of RPA is quantifiable and can be applied across many business functions in any industry. It is a tool that enables people to focus on value-added tasks. It does not completely replace people. It does, however, take the robot out of the human. We help organizations establish RPA capabilities and build automation to get more value from the people they have. When implemented methodically, RPA can be more efficient, operating around the clock and at a significantly increased pace. Higher quality with elimination of human error. Reduced cost with less time and manual effort required. More productive with employee time spent on value-added activities. Increased flexibility with adaptability to scaling. Our focus is on ensuring RPA is sustainable. This means taking a strategic approach, applying a risk lens, demonstrating quick value, and ultimately establishing an operating model for RPA that enables the business to realize value. We deliver the right answer for the business, and to ensure we do this, we remain technology agnostic. Protiviti provides a straightforward and iterative approach to RPA that begins with establishing business and technology foundations tailored to an organization's needs and anchored in their organization's strategy. Once in place, our agile approach is to design, build, deploy, and operate RPA cycle continuously. This cycle facilitates delivering value faster and increases opportunities to iteratively optimize automated processes. We help organizations become self-sufficient as quickly as possible, establishing a sustainable center of excellence, and then transferring the knowledge and skills required to develop in-house RPA capabilities, enabling the business to be more productive, agile, and flexible. Recognizing that with the power of RPA simplicity also comes complexities, we support the ability to navigate through those complexities no matter where you are on the RPA journey. Speak to one of our experts today or visit www.protiviti.com/RPA to learn more.
A digital revolution is currently taking place that's transforming the world we live in. Technologies such as robotics, AI, wearables, drones, autonomous vehicles, nanotech are just a few examples of the technologies that are going to drive change over the next few years. Many organizations will need to go through radical change programs and in some cases completely reinvent themselves to remain relevant and competitive. In our view, business leaders should think about how they can embrace the opportunities that emerging technologies present. Failure to do so will leave businesses very exposed to established competition or new startups disrupting the status quo. It's ultimately going to be a case of survival of the fittest.
Most organisations now recognise that digitalisation is one of the biggest risks facing the business over the next few years. However, many organisations are significantly underestimating the sense of urgency or the potential rate of change.
At Protiviti, we've developed a number of tools that we're using with our clients to help them as they look to shape and implement digital strategies. Our digitalisation framework helps our clients think about what digital transformation means to them and ensures that they do not have a narrow view of digital transformation and miss out on opportunities. Our framework helps clients focus in on the following areas. First, exploring new ways to connect and build strong relationships with customers. Second, launching enhanced products and exploring new business models. Third, exploiting enhanced data analytics to improve decision making and ultimately to enhance digital propositions. And finally, creatively using technology to improve processes and underlying performance. We've also developed our digital capability maturity model that we use to assess readiness and to drive change programs. This is built around a set of 36 core capabilities that we believe any digital leader excels at. We use this to help organizations understand the strengths that they should look to exploit and potential weaknesses they should look to address.
At Protiviti, we are helping organisations navigate through the uncertain times and face the future with confidence. We are helping our clients ensure that their transformation programs are set up for success and working with them to execute on their digital strategies. We are helping organisations knock down the barriers that exist to innovation and to behave like technology startups, but to do this with an appreciation of the risks involved.
Trust is the essence of enterprise partnerships. It is where quality and success meet. It's seeing our success in your success. It is where words don't compare to actions. Trust is taking a huge leap without fear. It's moving forwards without looking behind. It is empowered knowledge, letting you lead in your field to compete in the digital era where everything can happen at the touch of a finger. You must move from the physical world into the virtual one. So place your trust in the leaders of the digital transformation. Those who secure your data with a wide range of managed security solutions and establish a solid infrastructure for your business with ultra-fast premium internet from Fast Telco that enables you to connect and achieve great success As big as your trust. Uridu Business, leaders of the digital transformation.
Companies across the globe are taking robotic process automation to the next level. The question is not if, but how RPA will affect your company's future. Protiviti and ESI Thought Lab surveyed executives worldwide and learned that in as little as 2 years, leaders in RPA will use bots in virtually every function and department of their organizations. IT, marketing and communications, product development, finance, sales and biz dev, and more. The results of our study also suggest that using RPA will lead to significant revenue growth. Other important benefits of RPA include increased productivity, better quality and speed in RPA-driven activities, stronger competitive market position, and higher customer satisfaction. Learn more by reading Taking RPA to the Next Level, available at protiviti.com/RPA.
Robotic process automation is one of the technologies fueling the digital revolution. RPA has caught the attention of organizations across all industries for its relative ease of implementation, speed to ROI, and impact on operations. RPA is a software that enables business users to automate manual and repetitive tasks. With business users today being more tech-savvy than they were 10 to 15 years ago, automation development in RPA is more accessible. In the near term, businesses will understand and want to apply RPA to business issues. Interacting with the user interface in the same way a human would, RPA is non-invasive. The value of RPA is quantifiable and can be applied across many business functions in any industry. It is a tool that enables people to focus on value-added tasks. It does not completely replace people. It does, however, take the robot out of the human. We help organizations establish RPA capabilities and build automation to get more value from the people they have. When implemented methodically, RPA can be more efficient, operating around the clock and at a significantly increased pace. Higher quality, with elimination of human error. Reduced cost, with less time and manual effort required. More productive, with employee time spent on value-added activities. Increased flexibility, with adaptability to scaling. Our focus is on ensuring RPA is sustainable. This means taking a strategic approach, applying a risk lens, demonstrating quick value, and ultimately establishing an operating model for RPA that enables the business to realize value. We deliver the right answer for the business, and to ensure we do this, we remain technology agnostic. Protiviti provides a straightforward and iterative approach to RPA that begins with establishing business and technology foundations tailored to an organization's needs and anchored in their organization's strategy. Once in place, our agile approach is to design, build, deploy, and operate RPA cycle continuously. This cycle facilitates delivering value faster and increases opportunities to iteratively optimize automated processes. We help organizations become self-sufficient as quickly as possible, establishing a sustainable center of excellence, and then transferring the knowledge and skills required to develop in-house RPA capabilities, enabling the business to be more productive, agile, and flexible. Recognizing that with the power of RPA's simplicity also comes complexities, we support the ability to navigate through those complexities no matter where you are on the RPA journey. Speak to one of our experts today or visit www.protiviti.com/RPA to learn more.
A digital revolution is currently taking place that's transforming the world we live in. Technologies such as robotics, AI, wearables, drones, autonomous vehicles, nanotech are just a few examples of the technologies that are going to drive change over the next few years. Many organizations will need to go through radical change programs and in some cases completely reinvent themselves to remain relevant and competitive. In our view, business leaders should think about how they can embrace the opportunities that emerging technologies present. Failure to do so will leave businesses very exposed to established competition or new startups disrupting the status quo. It's ultimately going to be a case of survival of the fittest.
Most organisations now recognise that digitalisation is one of the biggest risks facing the business over the next few years. However, many organisations are significantly underestimating the sense of urgency or the potential rate of change.
At Protiviti, we've developed a number of tools that we're using with our clients to help them as they look to shape and implement digital strategies. Our digitalisation framework helps our clients think about what digital transformation means to them and ensures that they do not have a narrow view of digital transformation and miss out on opportunities. Our framework helps clients focus in on the following areas. First, exploring new ways to connect and build strong relationships with customers. Second, launching enhanced products and exploring new business models. Third, exploiting enhanced data analytics to improve decision making and ultimately to enhance digital propositions. And finally, creatively using technology to improve processes and underlying performance. We've also developed our digital capability maturity model that we use to assess readiness and to drive change programs. This is built around a set of 36 core capabilities that we believe any digital leader excels at. We use this to help organisations understand the strengths that they should look to exploit and potential weaknesses they should look to address.
At Protiviti, we are helping organisations navigate through the uncertain times and face the future with confidence. We are helping our clients ensure that their transformation programmes are set up for success and working with them to execute on their digital strategies. We are helping organisations knock down the barriers that exist to innovation and to behave like technology startups, but to do this with an appreciation of the risks involved.
Trust is the essence of enterprise partnerships. It is where quality and success meet. It's seeing our success and your success. It is where words don't compare to actions. Trust is taking a huge leap without fear. It's moving forwards without looking behind. It is empowered knowledge, letting you lead in your field to compete in the digital era where everything can happen at the touch of a finger. You must move from the physical world into the virtual one. So place your trust in the leaders of the digital transformation. Those who secure your data with a wide range of managed security solutions and establish a solid infrastructure for your business with ultra-fast premium internet from Fast Telco that enables you to connect and achieve great success as big as your trust. Uridu Business, leaders of the digital transformation.
Companies across the globe are taking robotic process automation to the next level. The question is not if, but how RPA will affect your company's future. Protiviti and ESI Thought Lab surveyed executives worldwide and learned that in as little as 2 years, Leaders in RPA will use bots in virtually every function and department of their organizations. IT, marketing and communications, product development, finance, sales and biz dev, and more. The results of our study also suggest that using RPA will lead to significant revenue growth. Other important benefits of RPA include increased productivity, better quality and speed in RPA-driven activities, stronger competitive market position, and higher customer satisfaction. Learn more by reading Taking RPA to the Next Level, available at protiviti.com/RPA.
Robotic process automation is one of the technologies fueling the digital revolution. RPA has caught the attention of organizations across all industries for its relative ease of implementation, speed to ROI, and impact on operations. RPA is a software that enables business users to automate manual and repetitive tasks. With business users today being more tech-savvy than they were 10 to 15 years ago, automation development in RPA is more accessible. In the near term, businesses will understand and want to apply RPA to business issues. Interacting with the user interface in the same way a human would, RPA is non-invasive. The value of RPA is quantifiable and can be applied across many business functions in any industry. It is a tool that enables people to focus on value-added tasks. It does not completely replace people. It does, however, take the robot out of the human. We help organizations establish RPA capabilities and build automation to get more value from the people they have. When implemented methodically, RPA can be more efficient, operating around the clock and at a significantly increased pace. Higher quality, with elimination of human error. Reduced cost, with less time and manual effort required. More productive, with employee time spent on value-added activities. Increased flexibility, with adaptability to scaling. Our focus is on ensuring RPA is sustainable. This means taking a strategic approach, applying a risk lens, demonstrating quick value, and ultimately establishing an operating model for RPA that enables the business to realize value. We deliver the right answer for the business, and to ensure we do this, we remain technology agnostic. Protiviti provides a straightforward and iterative approach to RPA that begins with establishing business and technology foundations tailored to an organization's needs and anchored in their organization's strategy. Once in place, our agile approach is to design, build, deploy, and operate RPA cycle continuously. This cycle facilitates delivering value faster and increases opportunities to iteratively optimize automated processes. We help organizations become self-sufficient as quickly as possible, establishing a sustainable center of excellence, and then transferring the knowledge and skills required to develop in-house RPA capabilities, enabling the business to be more productive, agile, and flexible. Recognizing that with the power of RPA's simplicity also comes complexities, we support the ability to navigate through those complexities no matter where you are on the RPA journey. Speak to one of our experts today or visit www.protiviti.com/RPA to learn more.
A digital revolution is currently taking place that's transforming the world we live in. Technologies such as robotics, AI, wearables, drones, autonomous vehicles, nanotech are just a few examples of the technologies that are going to drive change over the next few years. Many organizations will need to go through radical change programs and in some cases completely reinvent themselves to remain relevant and competitive. In our view, business leaders should think about how they can embrace the opportunities that emerging technologies present. Failure to do so will leave businesses very exposed to established competition or new startups disrupting the status quo.
Check.
It's
1, 2.
going to be a case of survival.
Can we have you, ladies and gentlemen?
Most organizations
Can we have you, ladies and gentlemen, join us back into the ballroom? Can we have you, ladies and gentlemen, join us back into the ballroom? We are about to begin. Well, ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to kindly come on back inside as we are about to move into the second half of the first international conference. Remember, it's Industrial Revolution 4.0 and digital transformation. Paging Tricia. Just okay, so welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Kindly settle down. If any of your friends are outside the ballroom, I strongly urge you to call them and ask them to come back in. Because if they are not here and their name gets called out, they are going to lose the opportunity to win a prize. So whoever is outside, it would be a good time to get them to come on in. Well, ladies and gentlemen, without a well-wisher and without a sponsor and without the support of you lovely people, an event like this would be thoda fika, would be a little thanda. So I'm going to ask you to give all of our sponsors a very big hand for supporting us through this mega event. We have with us Sumitomo Tires. That is a high quality Japanese tire. Under the banner and sponsorship of Ali Al Ghanem and Sons Automotive Company. Today here we have with us Suresh Nugah Ali, who is the director, tires, lubricants in the battery division. He has personally been my friend for over 20 years now, and I've known him since a long time. We are going to give away, very simply, 3 Joy Alucas gold coupons. It's important that you are in the ballroom, and if you are here and your card gets pulled out, we're not going to be taking any more cards, Tricia. The cards needed to have been delivered at the kiosk, which is outside. I'm going to invite Suresh, if you would come on up here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Suresh a very big hand. To know you on a first name basis is an honor. Thank you so much. If you can stay right there in the middle. We are going to draw out 3 business cards. If you're not here, nobody can collect on your behalf. You have to show us another business card to confirm that you are the individual or your civil ID. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay, let's go. And the winner of the first coupon is somebody who works at Lexus. Who's here? We have the winner, Asif Muhammad. Asif, are you here? Asif's here. If he's not here, there he is. Let's give Asif a very big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, now I know some of you are going to be very sad when somebody wins a prize, but you still got to clap for them, guys. Come on. Come on. Allah haram alaiks. Clap for them. Many congratulations, Asif. Many congratulations. Go on, our next winner. And the winner is somebody who is from Al Mulla Finance. Can we have all of you from Al Mulla Finance stand up? Let's build this up a little bit. 1. Just 1? 2. Stand up, sir. Come on, come on. If you don't want it, it's not going to come your way. The winner is S. Ramachandran. All in good time. Congratulations. Go on and collect your prize from Mr. Suresh right on into the middle. Congratulations, congratulations, sir. Mr. S. Ramachandran. Let's give him a very big hand, ladies and gentlemen. And our last and final one. Okay. Suresh is going to go down to, or we'd like to invite Mr. Bava. Mr. Shavajit Bava, if you would please join us up on stage to drop the last and final one. And the winner is, okay, the winner is, okay, now they're contemplating. Share with me. They want to change this. Should we change this? Should we keep it the same? Akid, yimkin ma rahi wasal ismik. Maybe it's not your name. Akid? Sure. The winner is Lloyd D'Souza. I'm just joking. The winner is Viru Kumar from 360 Realtors. sorry, it's Varun Kumar. Varun Kumar. यार वरुण थोड़े भाग भाग के आ जाओ यार. Let's give Varun a big hand, everybody. Congratulations, Varun. Congratulations, Varun. Go on and collect your prize. Thank you, Suresh. Thank you, Mr. Bava. Thank you very much. Thank you to Ali Al Ghanem and Sons. Thank you very much for your kind generosity. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And as Suresh says, he's here all throughout. Summer is just over. A good time to replenish your tires. So if you want one, you know who to go to. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving into the world of digitization. And everybody here knows that digitization is happening. Imagine if we drew up all of those at the click of a finger. How would that be? We're going to give away our first raffle, which is an Apple Watch. And it is the courtesy of Uridu, who is going to give this away. So I'm going to invite somebody from Uridu, a rep. Can you please, can we have, yes? Come on up, sir. Up here. Now, what happens is, why have we done this? We are going to have a digital draw. Why? Because whenever we invite somebody to pick a draw, people stop liking that person. Only one person is very happy that his name got picked up and everybody else is very sad. So this time the computer is to blame. We are going to click up on the screen. It's going to go up there and the winner is going to show. So let's do something that they do in the House of the Commons. They tap their tables. Everybody go. And it's on the screen. Hit it whenever you're good. Go, 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 go. And the winner is, I want to see you tap your table. Drum roll. Mr. Alokesh Roy, are you here? If you're not, forever hold your peace. Alokesh Roy, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, slow, 2, 1. I've never seen you engage so much. I never seen you get so involved. Give Alok, and whoever knows Alokesh Roy, send him a message. You just say 2 words. And the next winner is Kriti Buchasia. Come on up here. Can we have you up on stage? And, yes sir, Mr. Anup, if you do us the honors. It's an Apple Watch, yes? Yes, it is. Let's give Kriti a very big hand. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Kriti, you have to say thank you to 2 people. Number 1, the computer, and number 2, to Alok, because he was not. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is the job of somebody who, like me, creates a mood and sets it right. So I'm going to do something for you now. It's very difficult to get people, especially chartered accountants, to have a little bit of fun. And somebody came to me and said, "Arey yaar, Lloyd, you know what happens here. We are studying, we are working, we hardly have time to get up and get down. But you can make us laugh and you can make us do all of that. So let's do this. Everybody put both your legs on the ground in front of you. If you just ate some food, sit a little away from the table, because the table might topple, you know. So just a little behind, yeah? Come on, everybody, get up. Go move your chairs a little behind. Just do this for me. Stand. Stand, come on. Everybody up. And sit. Stand one more time. And sit. Now, no, really. This is no laughing matter. Let me do it in a place where I'm more comfortable, right here. Okay? Now, how many of you have ever heard the song called My Bonnie Lies Over the Ocean? Anybody? It's a little song that children know. Anybody? My Bonnie lies over the ocean. Okay, it goes like this. My Bonnie lies over the ocean. Anybody? Does that ring a bell? Okay, 1. My Bonnie lies over the sea. 2. My Bonnie lies over the ocean. So bring back my Bonnie to me. Very simple, very straightforward. And life sometimes is very simple. Let's keep it simple. Whenever you hear a bee, Whenever you hear one B, you stand up. Whenever you hear another B, you sit down. Very simple, okay? I am the shaitan here. I am going to try and disturb you. I will stand and sit whenever I want to. Don't look at me. Listen to me. Ready? Ready? Wala jahazeen, ready? One. Everybody come on in a position where you can stand and sit. 1, 2, 3, 4. My. See? No B. No B. Sit down. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. My Bonnie lies over the ocean. Yalla, 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 gum, 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 gum. Yalla, gum, yalla, gum, gum. My, come on. Bonnie lies over the sea. My Bonnie lies over the ocean, so bring back my. Give yourselves a big hand, guys. Give yourselves a big hand. See, sometimes you gotta do this to wake yourselves up. Life is not just work. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Don't be dull. Let's get on and let's do it. Let's take this show back on the first international conference that requires energy. Come on. We are very grateful to KUWAIT, and we want to say a big, big thank you for being here. And as a moment of our felicitation and appreciation, we would like to say this thank you in front of everybody. To do us the honors, I would invite the chairman, Mr. Sai, the vice chairman, Mr. Kaiser, and our ex-chairman, Mr. Noel, to please join me on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a warm welcome, Mr. Sai, Mr. Kaiser, and Mr. Noel. I want to invite also Mr. Abdullah Al-Aisa and Mr. Faisal Al-Tabayakh to come on and collect a token of our appreciation. Ashkarkum jiddan ya shabab. Give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to each and every one of you. Thank you so much. The next part of our program is a panel discussion. And I'd like to invite Mr. Kaiser Shakir to come forward and take us through with the proceedings in introducing the host and the entire discussion.
A very good evening to all our distinguished guests, members, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here with us and the patience. And I'm sure this is the first event that we're having, a first conference, international conference, and I see a huge audience who've been here since 2 o'clock. Thank you all for that. Today we have an amazing panel on embracing the digital transformation for sustainable and scalable growth, where our panelists will be talking about the big trends we need to keep our eyes on that could directly impact your businesses and where the whole digital transformation era is now headed. Let me briefly set the tone for this discussion and introduce the panelists and the moderator for the evening. I start by inviting the first panelist on stage. That's Mr. Abdul Aziz Al-Loghani. May we please put our hands together to welcome Mr. Abdul Aziz Al-Loghani. Mr. Abdul Aziz Al-Loghani is a managing partner with Faith Capital and CEO of online flowers and gift destination Flowered. Previously, Mr. Abdul Aziz was the founding vice chairman of Kuwait National Fund for SMEs Development, a $7 billion independent public institution responsible for developing the entrepreneurial ecosystems in Kuwait. Prior to this, he was a co-founder and managing partner of Talabat.com until 2010 and has since been investing in technology startups and involved in a number of local and regional entrepreneurial initiatives. He was also a director at Global Capital Management, the alternative investment arm of Global Investment House. Abdulaziz has served as an executive and board member on a number of companies within the MENA region in technology, banking, healthcare, manufacturing, consumer finance, food and beverages. Abdulaziz holds a bachelor's degree, double majors in information systems and e-commerce from University of Toledo and an MBA degree from London Business School. Thank you very much, Ms. Logani, for being here. May I now invite the second panelist, Mr. Abdullah Al-Najran Al-Tuwajri. Mr. Abdullah happens to be the Deputy CEO of Bobian Bank. He joined Bobian Bank in December 2011 and has more than 29 years of banking experience, including 23 years at NBK. During this time with NBK, he held different leadership roles in retail banking in Kuwait and London. Mr. Al-Tuwajri got his bachelor's degree in finance from Kuwait University and attended several executive programs at Harvard Business School, INSEAD, and other reputable institutions. Thank you, Mr. Tuwajri, for being with us. The third panelist is Mr. Gopal Sharma. Gopal Sharma is a transformation and automation leader, partner, Ernst & Young. Gopal is a seasoned management consultant and digital transformation expert, having more than 18 years of experience across leading management consulting firms. In his current role as partner in EY, he leads the digital transformation practice of EY Financial Accounting Advisory Services across Middle East and North Africa. He specializes in end-to-end digital and business transformation, entailing artificial intelligence, robotic process automation, intelligent OCR, machine learning, BPM, and data analytics. Prior to EY, Gopal has worked with leading technology and Big Four consulting firms with focus on technology-enabled finance and transformation. He is an engineer and MBA by education from leading institutions of India, DCE, and IIT Delhi, and holds several industry certifications, including CISA, PMP, Lean Six Sigma, robotics, blockchain, artificial intelligence, etc. Gopal is an active speaker at several industry forums and have conducted several RPA masterclass and intelligent automation sessions across various SSON, ICAI, and industry events in the MENA region. With this, the three panelists on board, I would now request the moderator to take over. The most important job, who will be actually leading the show from here on. That's Ms. Shekha Al-Fulej. Shekha is a partner at Ernst & Young. Shekha had joined Ernst & Young, Kuwait in February 2004 after graduating from Babson College in Boston, US, and currently serves as partner in assurance. Shekha actually leads the National Graduate Program in EY, promoting the national staff in Kuwait. Shekha currently leads also the Women's Fast Forward initiative in MENA, which aims to accelerate achievement of gender parity in the world. She is also the program sponsor responsible for launching the EY Entrepreneurial Winning Program in MENA. Shekha is a certified public accountant in USA and is also a licensed auditor in Kuwait. And of course, the most important thing, she is a mother of 5-year-old twin girls. That's an achievement. Thank you very much. I now leave the stage for Shekha to take over. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you to the Kuwait chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants for inviting us today. So I'm sure you've heard the word digital a million times today, and probably every day. We've been hearing so much about the digital transformation and its impact on its businesses. So today we'll dive even a little bit deeper and discussing in more detail the topic of embracing the digital transformation for sustainable and scalable growth. So we'll start off by hearing from Mr. Abdulaziz. Given your experience investing in technology startups, What does digital transformation mean for GCC?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Kuwait chapter. Thank you so much for having us here. My name is Abdulaziz, and I've been investing and operating in consumer internet for the past 14 years, and I can definitely say that digital transformation happening on the consumer side in our part of the world. We look at the Arab world as a whole. So we look at it all the way from Morocco to UAE. This is an approximate 400 million population. This is an approximate $3 trillion economy. And of that 3 trillion, less than 1% is actually consumed online. So $29 billion is the estimate size of the e-commerce industry in the Arab world. And if you break that $29 billion, you'll barely see that 21 billion is actually travel. So that's between hotels and air tickets. And the remaining are between 2 or 3 sectors: fashion, consumer electronics, F&B. But the rest of this $3 trillion economy is still relatively big offline with nascent online presence. At a rate of around 65% internet penetration in the Arab world, with smartphone penetration probably a bit higher at 70, and the 200 million population that's actually online. We like looking at the region as a whole. We try our best thinking of it as a homogeneous economy. Yes, there are challenges, but we see a lot of emerging trends happening. We think the past 10 years to 15 years has been focused a lot more on infrastructure, so be it of fiber or ISPs upgrading a lot of their utility services to actual data systems. And we think that effort has transformed a majority of the population to be online. The next 10, 15 years is going to be getting people to pay online. I mean, Mr. Abdullah can better maybe assess the banking situation and how much of that is being digitally transformed, but we definitely see regulators, banks, telecom, large industries heavily focused on transforming customers to make it easier for people to be banked across the region and easier for them to be converted to online users. Key trends we're seeing across the economy, we see, and when we say big offline markets and transforming them to online presence, sectors we like include laundries, include flowers, include eyewear, include grocery shopping, real estate, content. I mean, these are all very low-hanging fruits. And if you look across the region, there isn't really industry leaders. If you keep an eye out for those kind of trends, we will see them significantly transform our economy over the next 10 to 15 years.
Thank you, Abdulaziz. A note to the audience, if you have any questions, you can post them on slidos.com, and we'll have 10 to 15 minutes at the end of the session to answer your questions. So now we have a great success story of Bobian Bank being one of the most innovative digital banks in the region in the GCC. So Mr. Abdullah, given your experience leading the digital transformation of the bank, so what are the top considerations that you would consider while embarking on a digital transformation journey?
Thank you, Sheikh, and thanks everyone for having us here. It's our pleasure to be here today with you, with this very big audience on a Friday afternoon. So you took us from our families, but we're happy to be here. Anyway, so it's a big question, Sheikh. I think considering a digital transformation is something that everyone is talking about. It's a big world. People have different opinions about it, but no one actually knows what it is. So especially that with organizations who are been there for a long time, having this mind shift is a big challenge. So back to your question, is the mind shift, is the understanding of the teams, starting from the board to the executive management to the whole organization on what does that mean? Because it's one word that people have different understanding of it. So you need to make it simple. You need to get the hearts and minds first of the people working on the organization. The executive management and the board, by nature, they're older in age. So it's something that it is difficult for them to understand and comprehend from the first time. So it takes a long time to convince the system in the organization to accept the change. Then when people understand it and understand what are the benefits and so on, the journey later on becomes a bit easier. But it takes time. So I would encourage everyone not to rush it. It will take time. You need to convince the people. You need to explain to them. The issue is that people see other organizations globally and they would like to be like them in 6 months or 1 year, and that wouldn't happen. We always see, and now with the internet and the connections and everything, we can see a lot of examples, a lot of use cases, a lot of implementation across the world, and everyone wants to be the next BBVA or the next, I don't know, Bank of America or any bank in the world, or the Lloyd's transformation journey. Lloyd's, anyone can read about that story. It's a big story, but it consumed a lot of time and effort and people to convert that bank from the old style bank to the new one. So it's a relatively longer journey. Things doesn't happen in 6 months or 1 year. You need to be patient. You need to invest in it, but the reward is worth the investment.
Thank you, Abdullah. We've heard from the business owner, so now let's hear from the consultants, which probably things are always quicker, right? So what do you...
Talking about digital, putting the mic on is a challenge.
So what are the, what would you believe, in your opinion, are the top 5 mega trends of the digital evolution in the finance sector?
Very good evening to all, and thank you for having us here. From a practitioner's point of view, and of course that's what Sheikha said, how does consultant look at it? Well, there are a number of technology plays that are there, and if you talk about some of the mega trends that are there that is impacting the industry, I would like to name a few technologies that are making significant progress and changing the very operating model of the finance function and the organization in general. So robotics process automation is not something that is new to us. It has been the region for almost like 6-7 years and has made the maximum penetration, I must say. So that's trend number 1. Artificial intelligence has now deepened its roots, and some of its use cases are very, very regular and very commonplace. What we see, for example, in terms of chatbots, what we see as machine learning tools that are able to read different kind of invoices and different kind of contracts is very common and very regular use cases that we often see. Big data that has been there is the third big mega trend. And I think what I'm seeing is now we have moved away from simple modeling to more predictive analytics and more meaningful insights that we can derive from the data, whichever field you are talking about, whether it is customer analytics, whether it is credit analytics, whether it is sales analytics, or simple finance-related processes. Blockchain is the 4th big mega trend I would like to talk about. And I would say that with a caution, that blockchain obviously, because it involves number of industry players to come together to deliver a particular business process over the hyperledger or whatever is the common platform they would agree, the use cases are still few. That said, if you talk about trade finance, in the banking area. That's a very common use case that we see. We also see, for example, company registration cases, for example, what we have right now in Dubai. We also see payments, intercompany payments that are being settled through blockchain network, and number of cases related to the origin of several items, where they have been produced and how they have moved across the blockchain. And the final item I would like to talk about is on cloud. And this is the fifth and probably the most prevalent mega trend, which is significantly impacting and fueling the digital transformation journey, not just from a cost point of view, but also from the speed, the efficiency, and the simply making all the different technologies available to people in a very limited time frame. So not just cost, we are also talking about time and efficiency and leapfrogging that journey that many organizations have done over years. So these are a few trends I would like to discuss.
Thank you, Gopal. So back to Abdullah. You've talked about mind shift, you've talked about time. So how can you make the digital transformation scalable, in your opinion?
Scalable mainly depends on the technology. So what we did in Bobyan is now we have split it digital from IT. So IT is now a separate group, and digital is a separate group. So what we did is to run parallel transformation programs, one for digital and one for IT, to guarantee the scale. So from the IT, because if you mix it all together, the bank and the organization will not be able to absorb the change. So the splitting now, the IT team are having one track to transform the infrastructure, the hardware, the networks, the memory, everything that enables digital. And the whole purpose of the IT transformation is to make the bank digital ready. So that was their main task, as well as the resilience, because with digital comes millions and millions of transactions that, because you're offering and moving a lot of transactions from branch, from ATM, from all the other channels to the mobile and the internet. So, and it makes it very easy for people to do a very small transaction by pulling the mobile out of their pocket. That didn't used to happen before. Before a customer wants to do something, he used to go to the branch or go to the ATM and do it. Now, he just pull his mobile and do the transaction. By our nature of the customer base of Bobyan, we are very much focused on the younger generation and the younger people. And those people are heavy on transaction. What Abdulaziz mentioned here about like talabat and all the things that he's doing in his area reflects on us, because he makes things easy for people to order flour, order food, send things from one place to another, even the laundry to be picked up. And this is all happening on their platforms, but a payment has to happen at the end. So scaling up is very important in the digital journey, and this is what we're trying to do now. Every time we come to a new digital journey, we'll have to ensure that the IT infrastructure is there, and that journey has now proven to be successful because we have separated IT and digital, and they're investing and doing their journey by expanding the capability of the bank to absorb this sea of transaction that is coming their way.
What are the challenges that you're facing in terms of scaling and sustaining this digital transformation in your organization?
Big challenge is people. It's a big change, and convincing the people with the new operating model is not easy. It's a new operating model that we are now embarking on. Roles of people has been changed. Reporting lines has been changed. The way of working, because we moved now from waterfall to agile. So understanding the agile model and accepting it and dealing with it is the biggest challenge. So I wouldn't say the technology, because the technology is available. It's the people. The other part of the people is the skill set. People who knows how to operate RPA and PPM and all OCR and the AI and all the new technologies is very scarce. So having the capabilities, having the people, and having the leaders who can manage. Maybe you'll have the professional programmer or the professional person who understand the system, but having a leader who understands how to put things together and how to put the teams together is a big challenge. So I would not limit it to people, but people and changing the mindset and getting the right people in place is one of the biggest challenges. It takes time, as I mentioned earlier.
Including, you've mentioned including the leadership and the C-suite, getting the buy-ins. So Gopal, what do you think? How can CEOs and the C-suite use digital to their advantage?
I think I would start, and I would actually start to add what Abdullah just said. One of the challenge that we look at is putting the first few bots or the first few point of proof of concept isn't a problem. Technology is there, it is established, it works. What is important is that what changes brings to your governance and to your operating model and how fast you are able to assimilate that. If you look into different CXOs and the role they have in the organization, let's talk about the finance function to begin with. The CFO organization, his primary goal is about value creation, value protection, and making sure that the maximizing the profit for the organization. From his perspective, he wants the finance function and the numbers to be reliable and coming consistently on the right time. And then he can spend his time on being a business partner. From that perspective, you need to see how we can use the digital technology to free him up from the day jobs, from whatever mundane reconciliations that his team does, whatever time they spend on the period and closing activities and so on, accrual provisions and so on. If you talk about the COO organization, who basically is mostly geared towards efficient and effective business operation, which is reliable, which has got the resilience, then you're talking about an operation that gives 24/7 ability. Something our ability to do more with the same investment, with the same infrastructure. And how do we make sure that we sweat our digital investment enough that is able to deliver the ROI that we are promising? Finally, the CEO, who's primarily driven by one major thing, which is the profitability, and then the brand and reputation of the organization or the entity itself. We need to make sure that these different elements are coming together, and the organization is actually geared towards that. One element that I would like to highlight here is digital trust. Without digital trust, there is no digital transformation. And there are various definitions of digital trust, but I would say by something very basic. One version of truth, having reliable data, data that your different stakeholders such as customers, vendors, management can rely upon, and finally that data gets processed faster and in a more intelligent manner using this technology, and thereby you are able to derive some meaningful insights out of it. So it is important that we work on digital trust as one of the building, as the foundation of any digital transformation. You may scale up your digital transformation journey, but without digital trust, you may not reap the benefits.
Thank you, Gopal. So we've spoken about internally organizations, but what is the role of the customer and how would they be impacted by this digital transformation? So
very significantly, the customer gets impacted in the way the experience that has to happen. And many of the organizations are talking about across the different channels, how can we deliver a same customer experience to them? And obviously, within the organization, you have to have customer journey maps, you have to have people who are focusing on CX, customer experience, and are able to deliver that uniform experience to the customer. As a customer, we have to also see what are the different channels available and what are our performance obligation towards those channels. And if we are able to deliver our IT methodology and the IT infrastructure and the digital platform to consistently deliver those performance, and different sectors may have different performance criteria to look at, then we are talking about a very effective and retained customer that we are able to migrate to, let's say, cheaper channels or more cost-effective channels and have him retained over a period of time.
So Abdulaziz, you've worked very close with customers, especially now with Floward. So what do you believe, how is the role of the customer being impacted, and what are they looking for in a digital transformation?
So maybe, can I see a show of hands? How many of you buy their air tickets online? All right. And how many of you buy their pair of jeans online? And this is basically describing what Gopal is saying. At least for us, when we practice, we try making it a lot simpler. So the less friction in managing expectation, the higher your conversion is likely to be. There's a reason to why a lot of us buy their tickets online, because what you see is exactly what you're gonna get. And I think that, on the contrary, correlates negatively with, let's say, buying a pair of jeans, because even if you have 10 pairs of jeans at home, there is one or two that you particularly like their fit. And until you can really have a close pulse to how the customer feels about what he or she is saying, only then can you really convert that experience to online. Well, this is something that we do day in and day out as practitioners. We have a very close relationship with our customers. If I look back, say, in 2007, the type of tools that were available back then to understand your customer's journey and all your funneling process were very limited, almost limited back then to, even Google Analytics didn't even work. So you basically had like a very high-level heat map about where the browser button actually is, versus today, you can literally trace every single click. Where is it coming from? Where is it dropping? How is the leakage on your funnel? And these are all challenges / opportunities. How can you reduce that leakage from the funnel and basically beat industry standard?
And what are your views, 2020 versus 2030? How will the digital world look like?
We look at, on the consumer side, we think that, as I highlighted earlier, we try looking at the Arab world as a homogeneous economy. In practice, not even every country, every city has its own challenges and dynamics. We've lived in that environment for quite a long time, so we think that we're actually immune to a lot of these challenges. How do we see it moving forward? We think that within the next 5 to 10 years, our online economy will move from 29 billion to plus $44 billion, with bigger lion's share still continuing to be the 4 sectors we've highlighted, but more emerging sectors to come online, also like we highlighted. We think that despite the lack of funding over the past 10 to 15 years, the next 10 to 15 years, there is an abundance of funding that is currently being deployed into the ecosystem across the region. If you go to the G20 summit, if you go to the UN, if you go to even the Gulf Council, you will see the word entrepreneurship in every forum coming up. And there is developmental money across all GCC states that's basically focused more on jobs creation. But there's also a lot of commercial money. What really moves the needle when it comes to funding is sovereigns. And up until now, Kuwait has been quite shy on the asset class. More than $1 billion has actually been invested in local startups, if you measure across the past 5 to 10 years. And government's funding it scratches the surface. There's no real depth when it comes to venture capital as an asset class from the local governments. If you look at the landscape across the region, Saudi, Bahrain, Oman, Qatar have all really deployed programs into deploying real commercial money in the asset class. Today, I think private sector is a lot more advanced. We've seen changes. Family offices, second generation has moved a lot faster than first generation. We've seen banks, Bobian being a great example, and many other local and regional banks start investing directly into the ecosystem. And we really feel that if you compare 10 years ago versus the next 10 years, the number of venture capitalists in the region, accelerators, I think that we'll see more and more coming. We estimate, this year, 2019, we're at approximately, if you take away Kareem, we're at approximately $1.1 billion worth of investments across the region. We think that will continue at a faster pace in the upcoming years. I don't think that Kuwait by chance happens to be per capita the largest numbers of exits being created in this region. We think that number will continue, and we think Kuwait remains one of the finest grounds for consumer internet across the region. One, because of early adoption of consumers themselves. A lot of us are, Kuwait, as in Kuwaitis and expats, are very tech savvy. Internet costs are very low, smartphone penetration very high, and relatively speaking, are well paid compared to the region. And the other primary reason for that is our infrastructure. Our infrastructure, when it comes to telecom, banks, is actually one of the finest and strongest in the region.
Very interesting. Sure.
I see that from a supply side, if you really see, one, the skills that we found rare, and which is basically becoming a limiting factor for digital transformation, CX, customer experience, user experience, as well as data scientists. This will become a common norm. And that has started to happen. Our kids are now learning programming at the age of 6 and 8, which we started learning in our graduation. So that's the one big thing. And second, all the different platforms that you are seeing today, they are already converging. So chances of you having your ERP already built in with RPA, AI, and many other technologies is going to happen. That convergence has already started.
A side comment, even when interviewing today, I interview a lot of people, and whether it's a C-suite position or a very junior employee, my questions really end up being, what have you done in the past year? I don't care what you've done the past 10 years or 15 years. Then the world moves really fast, and you really get to become rusty. Your hands are rusty if you don't practice. So if you don't know your shit in the past year, you're out, and publicly out.
Yeah, thank you. Questions from the audience?
Okay, so if you've been looking at Slido, okay, we're going to go with the questions. So let's flip through. If we can switch it back on the screen, or I'll just log in from my device. I think these lovely people deserve a very big hand for the wonderful information they've shared with us. Thank you so much. So our first question would be, how do many businesses fail to notice the writing on the wall regarding digital disruption? How is it that so many businesses fail to notice the writing on the wall regarding digital disruption? What would you think? That's the question. So the first one, the first one.
Why do many businesses fail to notice the writing on the wall regarding digital disruption?
Let me take that one. I think it depends on the industry and the business, because you cannot afford, if you are in banking or similar industry, to escape this. So maybe the industry or the business that someone else is not hasn't been disrupted yet, or they don't see the digital transformation happening within their business class. But I don't believe that if someone is an industry where digital has taken over and has moved very quickly, they can afford not to notice this.
Okay.
I really think this question is overstated.
It's
overstated.
Overstated.
I feel that there are big, large failures that have failed publicly. But compared to the number of businesses, registered businesses operating, and when you zoom in and understand the structure of not the Gulf economies, of other more developed economies, SMEs still contribute significantly to GDPs. And I don't think a lot of them have failed. I think a lot of them actually are the backbone to many digitized industries. So if you take, for example, what we're doing right now in laundries, number of laundries have increased. We have a laundries platform, on-demand laundries platform, that my partner runs, and we're actually trying to digitize that industry by standardizing the practice you get from a daily service using a laundry. We're not trying to close down the number of
Because
laundries.
you're making it easier for people to
For the
enter.
consumer.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Even
but
for the owners. Yeah.
Even for the owners. We do have a laundry management system, but I think my note is this is just an example. There are only very few large failures. I think the number the statement is exaggerated.
Okay. Our next question is, as we speak about data analytics, core challenges that we face in GCC is that there is lack of data. People do not appreciate sharing data or information. Examples in Arabic of listed company. I'm sorry, I didn't understand what that was. Excuse me? For example, accounts receivables of listed companies. People do not want to share their information. So the data analytics is very difficult to get across. So what do you have to say about that? Anybody?
I think the question is more about the perception that there is a lack of data in the GCC.
So I think there are two sides of this coin. The first part that I talk about is what I covered previously, which is the digital trust. The trust that how this data is going to be consumed, who are the different parties that are going to look at, how can we demystify this black box, whether we call it artificial intelligence, blockchain, or whatever technology we are talking about, and how do we make sure that we are comfortable sharing this across all stakeholders who are going to interact with this platform. And I think partly when it comes to cloud, this discussion becomes all the more relevant. The other part, which actually in my opinion is probably not allowing the digital transformation to offshoot to the extent in GCC, is primarily the quality of data. And when we say quality of data, one of the primary reasons behind that is lack of data governance or not having very clear master data management framework setups. We have scaled up. If you really look back at GCC countries, and there are exceptions, there are some organizations who have done exceptionally well, but if you really look at the broad brush, you will see that significant IT investment have gone. They have really ramped up very fast in the last 10 years or so, but very little focus has been on the data governance. And those organizations who have done and invested into data governance have actually exceeded and secured more benefit out of their digital investments.
A big question now that's coming around, digitization versus unemployment. What are your views? Is it going to replace people? Is it going to help increase profitability? Definitely, but the unemployment factor. Anybody wants to take that up?
Somehow this happens to be my favorite topic to talk about, and often this is one question that comes as a practitioner whenever I go to make a pitch on a sales on a digital transformation. This is a $1 million question that is put my way. I would say, no, not really. This is not about unemployment or basically driving people out. But surely, this is also, we have to identify where the gaps are in the business process and what can we do with the people who get, at this point, let's say, get freed from doing this activity and moving them up the value chain. And by saying that, moving them up the value chain, it would not happen overnight, thereby running a parallel program alongside your digital transformation journey that would allow the reskilling of these people to do something else. Let me share an example of one of the regional banks I helped, where when we started doing some basic procurement-related processes automation, we found that certain people are no longer required to do that activity. But we equally find that the category management function was missing in the same function, and these people had the best understanding of what the bank is buying and how that can be categorized and how they can optimize their investment. So using their skills to create a function that would allow them to add more value, probably save money for the bank or the organization they're serving, but equally retaining them because they have a lot of experience in this region. The other side of that is, and probably here I may be a bit debatable, some of you may agree and some not. The way I see it, it is a tool, at least for many of my government clients, who they're using this to drive their nationalization agenda. In some way, taking away the low end of the drudgery or the painful task where they are deploying a lot of expat labor, and actually having the bots to do those activities, and thereby working on the denominator of the nationalization agenda and automatically increasing a percentage of nationals in the organization. So actually it has been very, very successful for several of the government organizations in this respect.
Okay, another question, maybe we can, I think we'll have time for just another couple of questions. Maybe this question would go to Shekha. Robotic process automation would transform the way processes work. This possesses an increased control risk. Are auditors equipped to counter this challenge? Auditors.
So just like everything else, even us as auditors, our profession is changing. We're digitalizing. The world, the days where we used to do sampling is slowly turning, and we're working with a lot more data. Therefore, the risk, excuse me, where's the question?
Okay, we go back, can we flip through?
The RPA would transform the way?
No, yeah, the first one. Robotic process automation would transform the way processes work.
Yeah.
This possesses an increased controls in risks. Are auditors equipped to counter this challenge?
Yes, we definitely are. As I've mentioned earlier, the way we do audits are different. So it's a lot more, it works with a lot more, less manual, less sampling, and it works by looking at data in a grander scale. In my opinion, working with RPA reduces control risk because the human factor, the human error factor decreases. So it works to our advantage and not to our disadvantage.
Thank you very much to all. Yes, I'm sorry.
I think just a quick addition to that. First of all, if we are talking only about RPA, we are talking about rule-based processing. It actually does, to the Shekha's point, it does the same thing over and over again, and chances of intervention are less. But that said, no profession, including auditing, is actually immune to this change, and thereby these skills have to be acquired into the audit profession as well. And us in the firm, I belong to EY, so in EY we actually do deploy RPAs to actually do the audit. So that's the case. I myself am part of that team who developed several RPA bots to actually perform audits. And the final thing, that virtual workforce and the user ID password that this RPA tool is using to create a certain transaction or posting a particular JV, we need to make sure that there are the bylaws and there are enough governance that allows that to happen. Oftentimes the problem is we are using a manual user ID password assigned to a particular human, and we are using the same user ID password to run a bot. That's where the problem starts. So if our governance is sorted, actually it aids to doing a better audit.
Okay, so I want to say a big thank you to Mr. Abdulaziz, Mr. Abdullah, Mr. Gopal, and Shekha. Thank you very much for being here.
Yeah, thank you.
We would now like to present each one of you with a token of our appreciation. And to do the honors, I'd like to invite Mr. Prashanta Shetty to present the token of our appreciation to Mr. Abdul Aziz Al Lugani. If you would please come forward. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Mr. Gaurav Dukania, if you would please come forward and present a token of our appreciation to Mr. Abdullah Al Najran Al Tuwajri. Mr. Jagdish Joshi, if you would please come forward and present Mr. Gopal Sharma a token of our appreciation. And finally, one of my favorite person is receiving an award. Please welcome Mr. Ahmed Al Faris to present a token of our appreciation to our moderator, Sheikha Al Falej. Let's give her a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. May I request all the panel members to kindly take a few steps forward as we invite the members of KAAA, Mr. Sai, Mr. Gaurav, Mr. Noel, and Mr. Badr. If you would please come forward so we can have a group picture. We want to have a group picture with all of you. Mr. Gaurav. Thank you, all of you. Thank you very much. It was an honor. We would now like to invite Mr. Sai, the chairman, to come forward and present our platinum sponsors. With the memento, please join me, ladies and gentlemen, in appreciating and thanking our platinum sponsors from Unimoney. From Kuwait Airways, we'd like to invite Mr. Balaji Sitaraman. Please join me, ladies and gentlemen, in giving Mr. Balaji Sitaraman a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Balaji from Kuwait Airways, thank you very much. Well, we'd also like to move on into, thank you very much, we'd like to move on into Slido. We're having another poll. It's a poll on the screen. If we can please direct the screen back to Slido. Those of you who are here. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think our MC का काम वापस बढ़ गया. आप लोग थोड़े बहुत हिले, ढुल्ले, quiet से हो गए. I'm going to request everybody to stand up again. Come on, come on. Let me see you get up. Chalo, chalo, come on, come on. उठ जाओ, उठ जाओ. खड़े हो जाओ. Everybody, come on, let's go. Up here. And we want to give you the results of the previous one was that, I don't want any music, thank you. Can we cut the music off? Thank you. Okay, so what you're going to do now is, everybody, I'm going to show you again how this works really. Get into a position where there is nobody behind you and around you, yeah? Get into a position, apne aap ko khol do, bas apne haath vaat. Get into a position where nobody is around you, no wall behind you. Pramod, I don't want the music. Thank you very much. Okay. So what's going to happen is, take your right hand. Okay, let's do this. Your right hand. These are all tricks that I'm showing you that wake me up every morning, yeah? And help me to move and become a millionaire one day, inshallah. Take both your hands like this. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I need everybody up here. Everybody up, everybody up. There's nobody who's an exception to this rule. Everybody wants to become richer, even if he has millions. Put both your hands together. Put your hands together. Now, I'm going to tell you, you turn backwards. Okay, just watch me. You turn back like this, without moving your legs. Keep your legs fixed where it is, and go as far as you can. Okay? Till you think you can go. Wait, guys. I'm not digital. I am not a robot. I am a human being. Let me finish. Okay. There you go. Just watch this very carefully. You stretch. Don't do it. Just watch now. With your right, whichever your right or your left hand, your predominant hand, move as far as you can. Okay, without moving your legs. And try and stretch as much as you can till you think you can stretch no more. Okay? Then, while you're in that position, move your head and pick a spot a little further down. Listen to what I'm saying. Pick a spot with your head and look a little further down. Then come back to your original position. That's all you have to do right now. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Come on, your hands up together. Now stretch as much as you can, as far as you can, as far as you can. Now with your head, pick another spot. Pick another spot. Okay, come back. Come back. Now, the spot that you picked with your head, reach that spot with your hand. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, let's go. Come on. And, did you get that? How many of you reached that second spot? How many of you reached that second spot? When you thought in the beginning it was not gettable, perceiving your mind to change can perceive everything else. Give yourselves a big hand. I think you're stretched out now. Have a seat, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. We have one spot question to give away. And this one goes out to anybody here who has a picture of him and his or him or her and their spouse on the wedding day. If you have your wedding day photograph. Most of you want to forget that, and when you keep that, you deserve a prize. Most of you want to forget that day, but if you have a photograph, look through your anybody who has, come on, run up here. Come on, run up here. We have one prize to give away. Come on. A photograph of you and on your wedding day, mashallah. How many years ago was this? 10 years ago. Seems like yesterday, right? You tell her, finally, शादी की तस्वीर लेके एक prize तो मिल गया हमें. What's your name, sir? Sandeep, what's your partner's name? Sheetal. Let's give Sandeep and Sheetal a very big hand. This is for you. There you go. Here you go. Okay, I have one more now. One more. Which country is set? Now you got to run up, shoot as fast as you can, and come on up here, okay? I'm not going to wait to come over to you. Question is, which country is set to become the first country in the world to ban ads for unhealthy drinks with high sugar content? Pakistan? No. Which country in the world is going to ban ads for high sugar content drinks? No. Singapore. That is the right answer. Did you just guess? या मालूम था? पहले मालूम था, कहीं सुना था. आपने फोन फ्रेंड को कॉल किया था. नहीं, अमिताभ बच्चन के बारे में सुना होगा. Let's give, what's your name, sir? Praveen. Let's give Praveen a big hand. This is for you, Praveen. Congratulations. For those of you who are far stretched out there, you want to come on in closer? There are a lot of seats that are vacant here, and when we have joint energy and positive energy that comes together, it makes more sense. So come on in closer if you want to. It'll be easier for you to ask questions. It'll be easier for you to be connected with the speaker. So come on in closer. For those of you who are at the back, I'm going to give you a moment or two now to come on closer if you want to. Because most of you, when you go to a flight and you want to get upgraded to business, you go and request. We're giving you a chance to get good seats right up here, right in the front. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be talking to us today about how you turn change into opportunity. And this is a big thing. Whenever you tell a boss, I have a problem. You know the boss, what he says to you? अरे बेटा, ये problem नहीं है, ये एक opportunity है. कुछ नया करने को, कुछ नया दिखाने को. And then he goes, तेरे की क्यों बोला problem यार? मैं तो खुद ही solve कर लेता. So this is how you turn an opportunity. How you turn an opportunity and... We good? Okay. How we turn change into an opportunity. And to deliver, ladies and gentlemen, we have CA Swami Natarajan. Let's give CA Swami Natarajan a very big hand, ladies and gentlemen. CA Swami Natarajan is a senior director at Oracle Corporation. He is an industry veteran with 22 years of experience. His current focus on emerging technologies and innovation. He is an author of research papers that are widely spread all over the world. His experience across is with Europe, APAC, Middle East, Africa. He is a public speaker. He is a writer as a columnist, a thought leader and a trusted advisor, and a chartered accountant, our very own. Please join me in welcoming CA Swami Natarajan.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We also have slido.com where you need to put your questions in and make sure that you like the questions that you like the most as they would come up as popular questions. Okay, we'll do a prize while he's getting set. I'm going to ask you a very quick question, sir. You have 5 seconds to answer. You get it right, you get a prize. Tom's father had 3 sons. Tom, Dick, and? Tom's father had 3 sons. Tom, Dick, and? Who's the third son? Tom, Dick, and? No? See, he does not know Tom. How will he know the sons? Okay. Listen again very carefully, very carefully, very carefully. Right here, I'm coming to you. You, sir. John's father had 3 sons. Tom, Dick, and? Thank you very much. You got that right. Let's give it up for this gentleman. What's your name, sir? Firdaus. Let's give Firdaus a very big and a very simple question. Come on, very simple question up here for Firdaus. And now I'm going to ask a little difficult one. A little harder one, okay? A man learnt, this is a calculation question, but a tricky one. A man learned how to make cigarettes, full cigarettes. Did you get your prize? Thank you. Congratulations, sir. A man learned how to make cigarettes from cigarette butts. You know what's left at the back of a cigarette? He learned how to make cigarettes from cigarette butts. For every 7 cigarette butts that he collected, he was able to make one full cigarette. He found 49 cigarette butts. How many cigarettes will he make? Let's ask my friends from Doha, Oman, and Qatar. He found 49 cigarette butts. How many cigarettes will he make? 7. Why 8? How will they make one more? He will have to smoke all 7. So he will have 7 additional cigarette butts. So I've got to pay attention. You just won yourself a Rolex watch. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Congratulations. What's your name? Let's give Ashwini a big hand, guys. So if you have 49 cigarette butts, you make 7 cigarettes first. You smoke all 7. You have 7 more butts. And you have 1 additional cigarette. That's 8. Congratulations, Ashwini. This is for you. And over to you, sir. Back on stage. I believe you have your technical glitch sorted out.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. It's been a pleasure. I am a technologist, but I'm talking to my own family, my community. I'm also a chartered accountant, been in the industry for 22 years. And first, I want to thank Sai, Noel, to invite me for delivering the very first international conference. And you picked the right topic that I really like, because being a technologist, I'm really glad that you focused on technology. I'm surprised that I thought I have 40 minutes. My content is 40 minutes, but I'm being shown 20 minutes here. So I'll try and quickly run through, but I have some exciting stuff to show to you as well. Let's see how it goes. So let's take a look at this video, please. So this is what we are predicting the next 10 years, right? So I'm going to spend the next, 20, 30 minutes to talk about these 3 important technologies that we are seeing in our lifetime. And I would try and see how I can put it into a context with our profession and our day-to-day life. Now, this is something which is happening. I think all the previous speakers talked about the disruption. So 75% of the current S&P 500 companies are expected to be replaced by 2027. Now, if you just look back, most of the S&P 500, 50% of the S&P 500 companies have been replaced already by the year 2000. GE was surviving. I used to work for GE before. I thought GE is one of the best companies. It was surviving in S&P 500, but it got dropped out as well. So there's a huge disruption happening. The average tenure of a CFO is 5.1 years. 89% of the general accounting activities are going to be highly or fully automatable. That's the world we are living in today. So it's high time that we spend our energy and time in understanding each one of this. Let's take a look at it. Automation. I think we heard about automation in the last 2-3 hours many times. So in our profession, automation is something which is really making a huge difference, right? And if you look at what are the areas that are getting automated, risk. So people are asking, I think there were some questions, interesting question came up earlier, is how is risk is going to be handled when we see RPA, when we see this AI and blockchain and and the Internet of Things and coming up. How is risk management is doing? Risk management is one profession which is getting automated big time today because you get real-time intelligence into every activity that's happening, every transaction that's happening today. So when I talk to the chief risk officers, the first question they ask is, how can you give me a real-time intelligence into all the transaction that's happening today? That can only be achieved if you have the right platform. People talked about cloud applications being the right platform. So that is the first thing I want to convey. And then if you look at the new data sources, we are sitting on a huge amount of data today. We create a huge amount of data every day in our consumer life, in our enterprise life, right? And people talked about how important this data is. So we are grappling with new data coming in, the first-party data, the second-party data, and the third-party data. And I'll talk about what is this three different type of data sources little later. And then you put that into a context, this data is fueling the whole AI and machine learning big time. And it is happening today. I think the previous speaker, Gopal, talked about that, the basic digital assistance and AI and ML is coming into our life big time. And I would probably show you a quick demo of how it runs in our life today. Predictive modeling and planning. So this is an area where, as a chartered accountant, I see people are investing a lot on getting predictive modeling and planning using these emerging technologies, especially AI and machine learning. And then if you look at business model changes, people spoke about business model changes, the new business model which have been coming in, and every industry is getting disrupted here. People ask me, which is one industry you think it's not, how about public sector or agriculture? I can tell you the amount of investment happening in this industry is very high and it's also getting disrupted. And then you look at cybersecurity. I think security is one topic which we can speak for hours together on this. So cybersecurity is where there is a lot of investment is going on. There's a study says that every year we lose $4 trillion because of cyber crimes globally. $4 trillion is more than in Indian GDP today, right? So such a big number that's happening. Every third second there is a cyber crime happening anywhere in the world. So there's a lot of investments going on into security. New experience, we talked about millennials, people who come into workforce. I see a lot of young people here. So when we come and we bring in the consumer world into our enterprise, and we expect the same experience in our day-to-day life as well. So we're talking about how can we simplify the whole experience to our millennials, our new workforces. And then the final thing which I want to talk about is, I started my career 22 years before as an e-business suite Oracle consultant. Now, where we have come a long way, we're talking about conversational applications. I don't want to even touch my application. I want to talk to my application. Is that possible? And that's possible today. That's what we are seeing from our clients as well. To put that into context, and I just want to give you how Kuwait as a market has been. I think Kuwait has we're all becoming millennials now, right? And if you put these numbers into perspective, the average median age population is 33.7 years, right? And 98% of the population, as of course, has internet. And I'm not even talking about, mobile penetration, which could be more than 200% or whatever. And then you look at the number of purchases happening. We heard from the earlier speakers about how important people are going to online. You see 36% of online purchases, purchases are already happening online. That's the Kuwait market we are living in today. Now, if you put that into these are the 4 things which I want to quickly touch upon: AI and ML, Internet of Things, blockchain, and how do we make it more human? Everybody talked about technology taking over and stuff, but there's also a huge talk going on how do you make it more humanized? How can human be more empowered with these technologies? That's one area which I want to touch earlier. So quickly, numbers, right? So 8% of the companies believe today that the business model will remain economically viable through digitalization. Only 8%. So 92% of the people think that these digital transformation is going to make a huge impact into their business. This comes from McKinsey. Let's put that into a context in our day-to-day life today. So I'm sure this is familiar to you, right, as accountants and financial professionals. So we spend 90% of our resources in record keeping, in reconciling, in posting journals and reporting today, right? And then we spend 10% of our resources in terms of analyzing. And just look at the personas involved on this. The first one is analyze, understand, report, and then the C-level makes a decision today. Now, it looks very picture perfect, but actually what is really happening is that there is a lot of back and forth happening within the same area. This is our day-to-day life. This is the reality today. We spend a lot of time in, talking to each other when we are doing this reporting stuff, right? And we have not even talked about the most important elements. It's not only the IT, it's the OT, the operational technology, which is feeding in huge amount of data. And how are we going to use it? And how are we going to, take decisions based on those information, right? Now, what I perceive going forward now, what's happening today is, things are changing in where you look at continuous forecasting. 70% of the resources will go into about forecasting and looking at a continuous forecast of information that is being fed into us, basically. And then 30% of this will go into real-time accounting, where you would not have somebody to capture a transaction. Transaction capturing will become almost automated by this. A real-time accounting happens, right? We may even go to a level of weekly or a daily closing with these solutions available today. Now, moving on quickly, let's spend a couple of minutes on how AI is changing our life. And this conference is about 4.0 and also digital transformation. So if you look at the first revolution was all machine, and then second revolution came with electric production, and then we came with the third revolution where computer and internet-based systems started emerging. And that's when the first information revolution also took place. We are living in a world of fourth industrial revolution, which basically governed by one, on the left-hand side, you see the amount of intelligence that you put in. On the right-hand side, you put what's the information coming in, which is going to be powered by AI, big data, IoT, and obviously cloud being the platform that's been explored. So let's see how the numbers stack up. 84% of the companies still think artificial intelligence is key to gain competitive advantage. That's a number that MIT Sloan University published recently. Now, put that into a context in our daily life today. So what's our AI journey looks like, right? So obviously data is important, and then comes insights, and then based on this we prioritize and then take recommendations, right? So if I go back, you see the outcomes that are being predicted today, and that's possible today, is how can I be more accurate in my pipeline? How can I do a better retention? How can I reduce my churn? How do I be more, error prone or free of errors, basically? Less manual entry, greater revenue, and lower forecast, and greater efficiency, and less risk. So all of this is currently, as we speak, is driven by AI. And also ML, because it feeds into the information, so that you're able to constantly evolve the cycle and bring in the automation that we need. If we put that into an ERP world, I know some of the people here use Oracle as an application, but I'm not here to promote Oracle, but I'm talking about the concept per se. If you look at accounts receivable, accounts payable, supplier management, expense management, these areas, there are use cases which are relevant today on AI, which I have never thought when I qualified 22 years before, I never thought this is the world I would see. Here is an example. So we all run accounts payable. Procure to pay is a normal function that every single organization runs today, right? So what happens? So I have my payables today. I have my supplier payments coming up, right, for the next 2 weeks. I look at all my payables, and then suddenly Treasury says, I have a couple of $1 million of extra cash flow available in the system. How do I monetize it today? Look at your traditional ERP. What does it do? By the time the Treasury sends that information through the rank and file of the whole finance organization, right, and then it reaches to the people who can make the decision and call the supplier saying, I'm ready to pay you 1 week in advance. Can you give me a cash discount of 1 or 2%? Which adds directly into the bottom line of your P&L. It takes at least 2-3 weeks to get that information. By the time your cash flow is neutralized. So in a real-time AI world, here is a use case. So I am an accounts payable manager. I log into the system in the morning, and then I get a pop-up saying, do you want to talk to these suppliers who have given a cash discount to other customers if you pay 1 or 2 weeks in advance, a 1 or 2% cash discount? That's an AI which brings into your accounts payable system, basically. What is happening behind? That's a huge story, right? There is a first-party data, there's a third-party data. Very quickly, what is first-party data? You know who your suppliers are. Your own data is first-party data. What's the third-party data? The same supplier is given discount to other customers is the intelligence that you're bringing into your system using third-party data. With this, the machine learning kicks in and it gives you an update saying, please talk to the supplier and you will get a 2% discount by offering him to pay 1 or 2 weeks in advance. That's a simple use case that we are living in an ERP world today. So that optimizes the workflow, working capital management. So if we put that into the same context of payables from an ERP point of view, again, I'm optimizing on it. I'm looking at things like touchless back office processes. You don't touch your system, you talk to your system, right? You optimize your working capital, you reduce your manual entry, and then the whole, the period close becomes much faster. So this is what AI does in our real life today. And there are ERP solutions, including Oracle, which is available today with these use cases, which are bundled or embedded within the application. You won't even know that there is an AI which is kicking in today. That's how AI should be, right? It should not be saying that I'm an AI, I want to do this. That should be an intelligence that's given to you, and you take the decision. End of the day, human prevail, right? You should be able to take the decision. So the same applies on supply chain and procurement as well. There are supplier sourcing and supplier management which can be automated using AI use cases. Currently, we have hundreds of use cases on the ERP side which are available today in the ERP. Name it, you are an Oracle user, good. If you are SAP or any of these solutions, these are the use cases available today in your ERP. And you're able to consume this today, right? So, can I talk to my ERP? Let's see if it works, right? So, I want to quickly run into my mobile and then see how I run. As Swami, how do I run my day? And I'll just take a couple of minutes to go through this very quickly, right? So I need to plug this.
But we also want to remind you about the questions that you need to ask Swami on your Slido. Those of you who haven't already, go right on and type your questions so we can like and see which is the most commonly liked question. You go ahead.
Sure. So I need my glass because I'm going to show you some live system. I would love to show my production system, but my company won't allow because it's a confidential data. but I'm using a date system which is, we use it for demoing to people. So I'm logging into my cloud applications as Brian Joseph. This is the day of Swami, if you like, what I go through a day. So I travel a lot. I cover a big region in EMEA. So I go through what I do, my daily routines in the morning. So here is my login page, right? So maybe I'll turn it this way so that you have a better view of the whole screen. So I'm not going to show you a demo of how these, how do I look at my team? How do I look at my, the directory and all, which is happening today. There's nothing new about it. But I'm going to show you something called digital assistant, which is, people call it as chatbots. We call it as enterprise digital assistant. This is where the touchless factor comes in, where I talk to my ERP. I don't touch my ERP, right? This is what I do. Let's see how it works. So I'm going in. Do I have any tasks to approve? It says dance, so it doesn't understand my Indian accent. So, and then I look at this way. So basically it brings all the approvals that I need to do today. There are 2 approvals pending for me. I need to approve my expenses, my PRs and POs and stuff like that. So I get it done as I start my day, probably using Alexa, right, or Google Home, or while driving, right? And then now I realize that I need to take my break during winter. So I want to know, what is the leave balance? What is my leave balance? It again makes a mistake. It says new balance, but I'm talking about leave balance, so I just correct it quickly. And then it shows me, okay, now it also is intelligent, right? So it says you asked for approvals and you have not done anything about it, and then you are simply going to something else. So I'm saying, thank you, I'm done with approvals. Now I want to do my leave balance. What is my leave balance? Perfect. There is an English grammatical error. Okay, that's good. So it shows up that as of today, I have 40 hours and then 192 hours of vacation and all this stuff, right? Today, think about it. There is a machine learning kicking in. Every time you talk, it learns, right? And you can do it on your own availability using any of the messengers that you're using today, or you can use it from an HTML page as well. Now, I'm thinking that I need to talk to somebody, one of my colleagues, to know the project status. So what do? I talk to my colleague, and I want to know his phone number. What is the phone number of Robert Jackman? So I type the second one, and then I'm basically using this as a directory to see if it's giving me the information that I'm looking for, right? So yeah, it gives me this number. So I call up Robert and I asked him what's the status of the project, and he gives me a fantastic report, and I'm so excited that I want to give him a feedback. I want to give a 360 feedback about the great work he has done. So I'm quickly moving into my HR system. I want to give feedback. So it is working. Sometimes it gets slow. So just to move on, so it'll ask who's the person you want to give feedback. So I give the name of the person, and then it captures the feedback. So you did a great job, Robert, and thank you so much for this. And then I think of what do I do the rest of the day. I plan my activity and think about my holiday, and I'm looking at what's my salary increase. So this is how I converse with my application today, right? So moving on, in the interest of time, that this is basically available today, and this is what I do in a daily basis. So I move into my application, and then, I'm sorry, I just need to plug in. So this is something which is available today, and then this is how I run my day. So I plan my day, and then I go on and start doing stuff, right? So this is a quick glance into how AI is being embedded within the application today. any ERP that you're looking at, it's possible today. So, and people ask me, is it expensive? One of the beauty of cloud technology is that it brings a level playing field. I think earlier Upasana was talking about in democratizing, technology is democratizing stuff. So it's basically giving you a level playing field where you should be able to use this whenever you want. I'm not seeing my slide. I hope it is reflecting here. The slide is not coming. So that's AI, and a very quick AI for you. I mean, I can go on and on in the interest of time. Let's look at how blockchain is. People spoke about blockchain, and I'm not going to the consumer side of blockchain. The cryptocurrency is, no, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about enterprise today. What's happening on blockchain? So again, quick number, 53% of the leaders say blockchain has become a critical priority for 2019. So what's really happening? And two important things on blockchain. I'm sure all of you are reading about what blockchain is, right? Two things which I think is extremely important for us to know. Trust that blockchain is bringing and the security that it brings in. And the next thing you see on the right-hand side is, what are the simple use cases of blockchain that I can use today in my world, right? So one thing which I really like is the track and trace solution. So I bring a supplier, a buyer and a seller to a single blockchain thread, and then I'm able to track the entire flow using blockchain as a technology. That's a simple use case available today. And people ask me, should I buy everything separately and implement this blockchain? No. This is embedded within your application. You can use it. If you like it, you continue. Otherwise, you can unsubscribe the service, right? So that is quickly on blockchain. I think people talked about decentralized distribution ledgers, smart contracts, how security comes in, and then these are the typical use cases that we see on the blockchain side. So as I said, Oracle offers this as an application which you will be able to use it within your own ERP. Okay, moving on, Internet of Things. So there is a study says 60% of IoT projects failed, right? Because people try to build everything from scratch and you spend millions of dollars in doing it. By the time you're done, the use case becomes redundant, right? So what is the easiest way to do this? Before that, let's look at statistics. 58% of the companies believe the IoT is becoming a strategic priority for their organization. I'm not going into definition. In the interest of time, I quickly go through this. Let's take a typical 777 engine that we run today. It produces approximately 1 trillion data in every flight. And if you put that into a context, everything is, all of this is with a particular device which keeps sending a huge amount of data. It could be relating to temperature, vibration, thrust, whatever, right? Now, if you blow it up, you see this is how an engine looks, and this is the amount of information that gives you, right? Now, and think about a simple use case. So we're not running an airline every time, right? So a connected worker, this is a simple use case again. When my worker walks into the assembly line or walks into any of the construction site, I'm enabling that with a sensor on his helmet so that I'm able to get real-time information about his identification, location, heart rate, movement status, and on and on and on, right? So this is, again, a use case that we call it as connected worker, and which is embedded within your ERP today. So moving on, these are, and I'm running out of time, so I'll conclude quickly on this. So this is the 3 emerging tech that is available today, which can be consumed within your applications. All I'm asking my community again is, there are a lot of investments going on in this. Oracle spends about close to $7 billion every year on R&D on this, right? And people talked about how we have to be in continuous education and stuff, right? I come from the profession, but I moved into technology world. And then, what I do is, and people talked about children are learning these technologies, right? And they are able to get it much faster than us, of course. They are much smarter, right? But there are new professions which are coming on technology. When people ask me a question of, do you think the accounting profession is under threat or what's going to happen? But I always feel that there's something new which is coming for us. And one of the things which I have personally invested myself is on data science. So I do a lot of research and study and then tell my fellow colleagues who are also chartered accountants to say, let's look at how data science is going to help us, because we are number people. There's no better people than us who can be a number driven, right? So when you adopt these new technologies and new education areas like data science, I mean, a typical data scientist today in Oracle, not a typical, sorry, a top-class data scientist today in Oracle is paid $5 million annual salary. That's in Silicon Valley. It's a rare commodity. There are very few people who are on this, and that's a huge area for accountants and finance professionals to invest our time on. So with this, I just want to conclude my last slide, and I like this because this is what Bill Gates believes. So we always overestimate the change that will occur in the next 2 years. We always think the next 2 years, everything is going to change. We're going to have a huge disruption. The jobs are going to be lost and all this stuff. And we always underestimate what's going to happen in the next 10 years. In my view, that what these emerging technologies that we are having today is, if we start adopting today, slow and steady, and start learning in our consumer life, in our enterprise life, and then you see that you'll be able to glance through this emerging technologies as we go forward. With this, thank you very much. I know I completely ran out of time, and I hope you have a great conference. And again, thank you for inviting me for the first conference. I'll be around, and if you want to catch up, happy to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swami. Thank you very much. It was an honor and a pleasure to understand the opportunity with the changing worlds. We would now like, thank you, sir. Thank you very, very much. We would now like to invite our chapters who have joined us from overseas. We want to present them with a token of our appreciation. And I'd like to invite Mr. Noel up on stage to do us the honors in recognizing our chairman, our chairpersons from our neighboring countries. I had a chance to catch up with some of you. It was lovely talking to you, and it's nice to have you in Kuwait. We are happy and honored to host you. Please join me in welcoming the ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter, CA Ashish Bhandari. Can we give CA Ashish Bhandari a very big hand? Our ICAI Oman chapter, CA Ashwini. Would you please join us up? CA Deepak, if you would please join us up on stage as well. Our ICAI Doha chapter, CA Ruqayya. Come on, friends, you really need to clap for them because they've come in all the way to be with us, and we're honored. Our ICAI Bahrain chapter, CA Sandeep Shah. If you would please join us. CA Sandeep Shah. Anybody from Bahrain chapter? Anybody from the Bahrain chapter? Okay, we'd move on to the ICAI UK chapter, CA Ajay Kumar. Thank you, Deepak. Thank you, Noel. Thank you, Aditya. And thank you, Sai. Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I keep talking about this over and over again. I keep saying changes is the next constant. Change is the only constant that we have. It's going to constantly change. And we have our Bahrain chapter, CA Sandeep Shah. May I invite CA Kaiser to come on over and deliver this token of our appreciation. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to CA Sandeep Shah. Thank you very much. But just imagine digitally tomorrow if we are going to be honoring people. We just click and an award goes to your phone, or it goes to your bank account, or it goes somewhere there. We're moving into that direction, ladies and gentlemen. We really are. Just imagine how the world is moving and how far it's going. Me and my friends were sitting and talking one day, and we said, we can send voice notes now. Imagine our kids. They're going to think a message, and it's going to show up. And that's not far. Change is coming, and we have to explore it. Our next speaker is going to be talking about exploring changes. We have Swami Matrinanda, the founder from Chinmaya Academy for Civil Services and Management, the national advisor of All India Chinmaya Yuva Kendra. He's a mentor at Chinmaya Mission in Chennai. Swami Matrinanda, a direct disciple of H. Swami Chinmayananda, has been associated with the Chinmaya Mission from his young age. Swami is the mentor of Chinmaya Mission in Chennai, a publisher of the Chinmaya Ugdosh and International Youth Magazine. He's a trustee at the Chinmaya University. He's a founder of the Chinmaya Academy of Management and a founder of the Chinmaya Academy for Civil Services. Matrinanda, a creative writer who is daring in adventure and vigilant administrator, has traveled across 35 countries to impart the wisdom of the Gita. Please join me in welcoming Swami Matrinanda. So it's Swami Mitrananda. Aap mitra to ho hi hamare. A warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Well, while we have Swami technically fitting himself up, we want to remind you again that we have slido.com for those of you who would like to ask a question. If the questions gain popularity, we would move on and ask them. If they're not as popular as we think they are, we'll take them offline with our speakers and inform you of the answers that we find.
Thanks.
We have a poll that is up on screen, and the poll, is you got to fill out digital technology platforms, e-commerce, social media, etc. What do they have? Enhanced the quality of my life and improved my productivity, or have they reduced the productivity and focus of interaction, increased screen time, and led to loss of privacy? So has it been positive or has it been negative? Vote for the answer that you think is right. It's up on the screen. We have the final raffle, which is going to happen at the end of the event after our cultural program, and that is an Apple iPhone 11, Apple iPhone Pro. So bro, wait for the Pro, because it's going to be there. And I present to you Swami Mitrananda.
Namaste. There was a little boy, and his mother asked him, to go to the market to buy something and come. This little boy walked to the market. Down the corner, there were few bullies on the road. They saw this boy coming, pulled him up, and said, "How much money do you carry?" Whatever he had, he showed. They picked up the money and they sent him back. The boy came back running home, told his mom that I went, but there were guys on the road. They snatched all the money. The mother looked at him and said, okay, go again. Gave him the bag, gave him the money, and sent him for the second time. He walked, and these guys were still there in the road corner. They saw him coming, and they did exactly the same. Looted all his money and sent him back. Now this time he went and locked himself in his room. And he said, I'm not coming out, and I'm not going to go to this market anymore. The mother said, nothing doing, pulled him out of the room somehow, gave him the bag, gave him the money, and gave him a hockey stick. Said, take this with you, go, buy, and come. I want you to go. So this time he was walking with a stick, and the same guys on the road came, bullied him, and asked him to take the money out. He had the stick, he whacked one of them, others ran away. He went to the market, he purchased, and he came. This is a story which I have heard from my grandmother when I was a child. What do you think was the mother trying to teach the child? Okay? Fight back. Deal with the situation. You know what the mother, yeah, what you said is right, but I have something more. You know what the mother was trying to tell the child? You have no option. You have no option. This is the world in which you have to live. You have no option but to go there and face. You have no option but to meet life how it is. Change is not an option. We have to face it. Change is not an option. We don't have. Everything around us is changing. There's a very famous hymn from one of the Upanishads which says, Yat kimcha jagatyam jagat. Everything in this world, jagat, is continuously changing. They are in a flux. So change cannot be avoided. We have to accept. It is inevitable. We have heard this so many times. It cannot be avoided. We have to meet. So are we equipped to meet? Technically, you have heard so many lectures so far. People were telling you how to cope up in the outer world of change, being it technology, etc. I think it was Alvin Toffler. He said that in a book called Future Shock. Wrote this book a couple of decades ago, Future Shock, the name of the book. Meaning, what he said is, the change would be so fast that people would be shocked in their own culture. Culture shock is when you move from one culture to another culture. When you go and when you meet people, you get a shock suddenly. But future shock, what he meant a few decades ago is, in the same culture, people would be shocked because things change so fast. So here, when things are changing so fast, how do I handle it? Am I ready for it? Outside objective world, handling it is fine. In the subjective world, I must be ready. We have two phrases which we say, prarabdha, purushartha. Two terms, prarabdha, purushartha. Prarabdha is what we meet. Purushartha is how we meet, what we meet. What we meet, sometimes over which we don't have a choice. But how am I going to meet what I meet? On that I have a choice. Handling change, we must make use of this choice. Things are going to change, but how am I going to respond to it? What I meet, over which I don't have a choice. Many things come in life, hundreds of things. I don't have control over everything. So whatever comes to me, how am I going to respond to it? That is my option. That change, that option, that is what we need to develop. This comes subjectively. In the world of matter, everything changes, but in the world of spirit, spirit is constant. It doesn't change. Matter changes, spirit stays the same, changeless. So if we can be slightly meditative, I'm not talking about yogi level of meditation. I'm talking basic levels of meditation. If we can get into that kind of a thing, little bit of meditation when we practice, we understand the changeless within. The changeless within, hanging on to the changeless within, we can play with the change outside. Some time back, I think 7-8 years ago, one IAS officer in India came and met me. And he was very happy with the kind of work Chinmaya Mission was doing, so we had a long discussion and all that. And then he left his card with me, a beautiful visiting card. In that, there was a very nice message below his name, like a tagline he has written. The message says, "Let the spirit dominate matter." It's a beautiful message. Let the spirit dominate matter. Don't allow yourself to be dominated by matter. Invoke that spirit which can dominate matter. The changeless within, if we can anchor ourselves in it, then we are the best players of change outside. To anchor into that changeless, slight meditation is necessary. Because everything is changing. To observe change, there must be something changeless. In the world of object, if you see, everything is continuously changing. But who is observing the change? What about the observer who is watching the change? Who is noticing the change? What about that part of us? If we can anchor ourselves into that, then we play with the change well. It's like a river. When the river is flowing, if you go into, like in India, we have bathing ghats, where you go to Varanasi, you go to Haridwar, etc., where the river is flowing, huge. Ganges is a mighty river. The current is high, the river is flowing, but there are chains. You hold on to the chain, you take a dip and you come out. When your grip is on the changeless, the moving river is a joy. You can take dip, you're safe. Similarly, if we can anchor to the changeless, change is a lovely thing to play with. That's how we should explore. So the point here is, I should learn to become strong. If I become strong within, I play this game well. Please remember, the game of life is played by strong people. Weak survive. Weak exist. Strong live. There's a difference between living and existing. Living and surviving. The ones who are weak, their whole approach to the life would be, let me somehow survive. Survival is not the right attitude in life. We should know, I want to live life. For that, I must become stronger. If I am stronger, then I play with the change. So to move forward, how do I become stronger? How do I develop that so that I play with this life well? Now, people like Wayne Dyer have made this analysis. They say 60,000 thoughts run in our mind every day. Do you understand? 60,000 thoughts run in our mind every day. You sit quietly, thoughts run continuously. If you look at our mind, mind is nothing but flow of thoughts. Continuously, one thought or another keeps moving. So he says in a day, probably we run around, there could be something like 60,000 thoughts running in our mind. Now, every thought which goes in your mind takes a bit of your mental energy. A bit of your mental energy is exhausted by a thought. If 60,000 thoughts run, naturally we are zapped end of the day. We become much weak mentally. Life becomes very, very difficult. We need to save this mental energy so that we are stronger. And when we are stronger mentally, we anchor in the changeless, in the spirit, and then we play the game of life. So how do I get my thoughts reduced so that I become stronger. Try to live more and more in the present, in the now. When we are in the now, the thought flow is less. For the mind to move, you need to provide future and past. Space called future and past. When we provide space called future and past, the mind keeps moving. When you keep cutting the space down, you become more and more in the present. When we start living more and more in the present, thought flow becomes less. When the thought flow is less, we are more steady, more anchored, and we respond much better. We become mentally strong because the energy is saved, mental strength is cultivated. Mentally strong people live life. Mentally weak people survive life. So to do this, our thought flow must be reduced. How do I do this? Keep your body, mind aligned together. Most of the time, body, mind are not aligned together. I have been talking to you probably 10 minutes. Your body and mind was here all the while. How many times it went out from here? Body is here, mind gone. And I tell you, every other speaker who came here would also know, when your body alone is here and mind is gone somewhere, the speakers know it. We know it. Your body is here, mind is somewhere. Your eyes will show it. Your eyes will reveal only the body is here, mind is gone. And we know it, okay? The mind has gone somewhere, we do not know where. And after some time, the mind comes back. And the speaker knows, okay, this guy has arrived back now. Fine, he was out somewhere, he has come back. Now, mind and body are not aligned, they are separated. When they are separated, we will be a weak person. Align the mind, body together. Keep it in the same place. When we align mind and body in the same place, thought flow, unwanted thoughts will reduce. We become strong. In every religion in the world, starting from Hinduism, Jainism, Buddhism, Christianity, Islam, Sikhism, almost all these practicing religions practice japa, something which is common. Every religion has japa. Why do they do japa? Why Muslims do japa? Why Christians do japa? Why Buddhists do japa? Hindus do japa? Sikhs do japa? Why do we do japa? It's a time-tested technique. All the masters who have walked on the earth have recommended it. We need to understand that there is something in it. What is that recommendation? That do japa. Japa means what? You take the name of the Lord in your mind and you move the beads, whichever Lord you think of. When you remember the Lord in the mind and you move the beads at the body level, you are only aligning mind and body together. You're taking away that space and you're coming back now, to the now, to the now, to the present. Become more and more conscious. Regular japa morning and evening will align mind and body together. Thought energy is saved. That's why those who do japa, they have the depth to think big because they are strong. Because they have conserved the energy. So if we want to play with change, we must be stronger. How do I become stronger? I have to understand the changeless. The changeless upon which the change is happening. For that, a mind which is constantly running, constantly changing one topic to another, that mind cannot understand the changeless. The thought flow has to reduce. If we can get the thought flow less and less and less by japa or by conscious living, what today the Buddhists have made it a very popular slogan around the world called mindful living. Mindfulness. Mindfulness, do everything attentively. When we are in the now, the thought flow is reduced. mind becomes stronger, we live. That strength is needed to meet the change. Otherwise, we become weak, life dominates us, the world dominates us, we don't have. If we are strong, then we live. It is Abdul Kalam who said, strength respects strength. Please remember, it's a beautiful line. In this world, if we have to live, strength respects strength. So how do I become strong? This is the only way. Mentally, I need to be strong so that my thought flow is reduced. I come to the now. When I am in the now, I save the mental energy. One becomes stronger. Practice mind-body alignment, MBA. Mind, body aligned together. If we can practice this mind-body alignment, we become strong, thought flow lessens, then you recognize the gap between the thoughts. That is important, that is changeless. Continuously thought flowing, we don't see the gap between the two thoughts. There is stillness, there is silence, there is consciousness between two thoughts. If we do not connect to that source, which is the spirit, we live a superficial life, a shallow life. So between thoughts, there is a gap. Too much thoughts running, I don't connect to that gap. And really speaking, when almost all the religions say, God is inside you, God is within you, who is this God? That power which is behind the thought. If we can connect to that, we connect to the changeless. When we connect to the changeless, we play with the change. Those who have done that, they cherish life, they enjoy life, they live well. Those who do not have the strength struggle in life. So, to deal with change, we have no option. Let's be prepared. However the world can be, in whichever speed it is going to change, let it change. But let's be equipped to meet the change. Thank you very much.
Well, we have time for a question, Swami, and the question is, the internet is making life easier. However, it's not making it peaceful or harmonious. What are your views on how to manage the effectiveness where information is overloaded?
We have to be choosy. As much as time you give for the world outside in cultivating different things, please remember, even to learn a language or to learn a particular skill, we spend time. To learn subjective science, we are not giving enough time. It can't come that way. We need to give enough time to master ourselves. So every day, allot yourself at least 15 to 20 minutes for subjective thinking, subjective analysis. Sit quietly. Solitude. Be by yourself. Let all kinds of thoughts come. You process, you drop them, but be with yourself for some time. Slowly, you know what will happen? The mind will not be interested on anything outside. It will turn within. Regular solitude will make the mind introspect. When the mind by itself starts introspecting, you understand, what did I do wrong yesterday? Or what did I do wrong last month? I introspect. Then today, I would improve myself better than yesterday to respond. Yesterday, this is how I responded. I can improve upon it. If I do regular introspection about my own performance, then there is chances that I improve tomorrow on my performance. So spend time with yourself. Do little japa. Spirituality is a science which makes human evolve to divine. It is a science. Quantum physics is getting closer to spirituality. In fact, one of the quantum physicists said, this is a beautiful line regarding change. The quantum physicist said, in the final analysis, observer is the final, in the final analysis, observer is the absolute truth. Meaning, that observer which observes change is the absolute truth, what we call a sakshi. So, practicing solitude, practicing meditation, doing japa, if you start doing this, you will be in a position to introspect. We can connect to the spirit. Without connecting to the spirit, living life is shallow. Thank you.
And we have time for one more question. The last and final one. Comparing ourselves to others saps our energy. And in this corporate race, the higher you go, the more successful you are perceived. What are your thoughts and how do we handle this?
Name few successful people. Mahatma Gandhi.
Bill Gates.
Bill Gates. Swami Vivekanand.
Mark Zuckerberg.
Okay. I got the trend of the people you say. None of you said your mother is successful. Your father is successful. You think they are not successful because they gave birth to you? You understand? Success is always equated with popularity. Success is equated with wealth, with power. Don't do it. There are so many people who have lived their life so beautifully, unknown, happy. They are also successful. Living life like that is important for us. Not chasing power. If it comes on your way, fine. You become popular, good. If power comes to you, wealth comes to you, fine. But even without it, just living well. End of the day, you turn back and you see, you look at your life, you feel nice about you, saying, yes, I went there and I did my best, I'm happy. Whatever responsibilities I had, whatever duties I had, I executed them well. That is being successful. So if we can keep this idea, this model of success, then we are happy. Please remember, live in this world, move in this world from happiness, not for happiness. Doing things well, living well, you will move from happiness. Today we are moving around in the world for happiness. It doesn't work because happiness is inside. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Swami. Thank you very much. Very interesting concept. Explore change by adapting the changelessness and live life, don't survive through it. Sir, we'd like you to stay back as we present you with a token of our appreciation. And to do us the honors, I'd like to invite Mr. Sai and Mr. Sri Ram to come forward and present Swami Mitrananda with a token of our appreciation. I think he deserves a standing ovation, ladies and gentlemen. I think he's done a wonderful job. Thank you very much, Mr. Sai. I'd like you to stay back on stage. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to do me one particular thing. How many of you, like in the beginning I asked you, how many of you have got smartphones? Open your smartphone. Everybody? Do you have all those of you who have Apple, you have something called a health app, which is a natural app. If you have Google, if you have Samsung, what is it? That counts your steps. The health app itself. Open that, please. Open that, please. There's a prize with anybody who has the maximum number of steps taken today. I have 2,115 and normally I only take 50 steps. How many steps, sir? Wait, who has more than 6,000? Wait, who has more than 9,000? Today, 13,000. I'm not doing an American auction. Please do not mistake this for an American auction. It is not one. 13,000 is what we, who said 13,000? यार आप गाड़ी बंद हो गई क्या? 13,000, somebody said 13,000. कहाँ हो आप? Today, no average business. CA का analogy छोड़ दो बस. 13,000 today. आइए सर. आपके कोई अच्छे दोस्त नहीं जो पिकअप ड्रॉप कर सकते हैं? आइए जरा एक मिनट, जरा देख लूँ. 13,000 steps, ladies and gentlemen. And, mashallah, what's your name? Gaurav. Gaurav the walker. Come on up here, Gaurav. Let's give you a prize. Can we give Gaurav a big hand? We have a smartphone that tells us how much we walked. And one of the biggest exercises that we can do is just walk from point A to point B. That's it. So, एक मिनट गौरव. आपको और जॉनी वॉकर बनना है. चलना है. आपके पास कितना है सर? How much? 15,000. Are you in logistics? 15,000. No, 15,000 today. You're taking care. Come on up here. Sorry, Gaurav को बस वही खड़ा रहना है. आइए सर. और 15,000 चल लिए और 2-3 चल लो यार. चल लो, क्या फर्क पड़ता है थोड़ा सा. 15,000 steps, mashallah. 7:52. भाई साहब, we are not taking any more takers. आप लोग आगे पीछे भाग के. What's your name, sir? Rohit Agarwal. Can we give both of them a prize? Rohit and Gaurav. Congratulations to the both of you. Yes, Trisha, and we'll give you your prize. You don't walk anymore, bhai sahab. Bas. Chalna nahi hai abhi, bas. Rukna hai bas. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now a moment that we have to present to our well-wishers, our sponsors, and those who have helped make this event a big success. I want to invite Mr. Sai, if you can ride on into the center. Now, we have been allocated some names by some of you who knew who was going to be here. But some of you who didn't know whether you were going to be here or no, you didn't give us a name. So what we are going to do is we are going to call your esteemed organization's name. And if anybody from the organization wants to represent you, please, by all means, just step up and walk over. That's all we need, somebody from the organization, because you mean that much to us. Our first sponsor in the gold category, we'd like to invite Al Ahli Bank of Kuwait. Can we have somebody from Al Ahli Bank of Kuwait to come forward and join us? Let's give them a big hand nonetheless. We move on to the next one, Advanced Technology, Mr. Nitin Singhvi. Mr. Nitin Singhvi. Advanced Technology Company. Give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. From Burgan Bank, we have Mr. Ahmed Thabit. Can we have Mr. Ahmed here? Somebody from Caesars Group. Can we have somebody from Caesars Group? May I request, sir, please stay with us for a minute. From Caesars Group, sir, we want you to draw out the raffle that you collected. So we are going to give the prize away. At the kiosk at Caesars, all you were expected to do was to drop your business card. And whoever won is going to get you're going to join us for lunch or dinner for 4 people at a Caesars property. And the winner is Hari Krishnan from Unimoney. Hari Krishnan, are you here? If you're not, we will move on to the next one. Let's go on. From JSG, Mrs. Harshada Dilip Shah. One of my favorite lovely ladies here. Give her a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. This woman is one of the strongest women that I have known, getting a knee placement and all of that done, and she can still dance like a fish and outbeat any of the girls who I know. Let's give her a big hand. Come on up here. In the community, we call her Harsha Ben. There you go. Give her a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Many congratulations to you, Harsha Ben. Congratulations. Thank you to my friends from the Caesars Group. Thank you very much. Next, we'd like to invite... Oh, we have two more. Okay. We have two more. याद रख जब वो देता है अरे देता है अगर मांगोगे नहीं तो मिलेगा नहीं भाई. And the winner is this is from I don't know this person. यार ये वास्ता है. Trisha has pulled out her own name. Trisha Dalmia from EY. We are going to have to audit them to make sure that they're doing it right. Many congratulations. One up here. And our final winner is going to be, remember we're going to be giving away an iPhone Pro, but at the end of the event, only for those of you who are here. So if you're not going to get a chance. This is Nabil Hishma from ABK. Nabil Hishma from ABK. If you're not here, we move on. Let's move on. Nabil Hishma, are you here? Once you pick it up, from the KUWAIT Capital Group, Ram MSS. Ram MSS. Okay. CA Dinesh M. Kamath. CA Dinesh M. Kamath. Not there? Please, whoever knows them, call them and tell them. All those who know them, call them and tell them that this is what happened to them. Carolus Helmi. Carolus Anwar Helmi. So we're going to give Carolus' card to the Caesars Group. And Carolus, we're going to give you everybody's card. Please call them and say thank you for not being here. To our winners, and thank you to the Caesars Group. Thank you so much for your generosity. Thank you so much. Next we have from the Al Rayyan Holding, we'd like to invite Arun Chaudhary. From Kuwait International Bank, Ajay. From the Kuwait International Bank, Ajay. From KPMG, Bhavesh. From KPMG, Bhavesh. Or Nitin, or anybody from KPMG. There you go, sir. From Noor Capital Markets, Sushil Singh. From Noor Capital Markets, Sushil Singh. Then we have another one of my favorite persons, Ravina, who's going to come in from the Noor Capital Markets. From Prativity, we have Sanjay Rajagopalan. From Prativity, we have Sanjay Rajagopalan. Or in his place, we have Mr. Chirag. And the last of our gold sponsor, we have Focus Softnet. Anybody from Focus Softnet? Focus SoftNet. Focus SoftNet, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give them a very big hand. Our annual sponsors, Al Mullah Exchange. Anybody from Al Mullah Exchange? Mr. Ramesh? Somebody from BDO. BDO, Mr. Manish. Mr. Manish from BDO. Anybody else from BDO? BDO, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a very big hand. Well, we have again, as our annual sponsor this time, Focus SoftNet. Focus SoftNet as our annual sponsor. NBK. NBK. After Focus SoftNet, thank you. Can we have somebody from NBK? NBK? There you are. .360 Realtors. 360 Realtors. Can we have somebody from 360 Realtors? Mr. Varun or anybody from 360 Realtors? And last but not in the least, our printing partners, German Press Company for printing and packaging with limited liability. German Press Company. Can we give all of our sponsors a very big hand? Thank you, Mr. Sai. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the end of our event, and now we are going to be at the penultimate point of this evening, where we will have a cultural program for you. We are going to have this presentation to explain something that's very important as a part of our culture. To do us the honors in introducing her own group and her own team, please join me in welcoming a very lovely lady, Miss Priya. Let's give her a very big hand from Art Shala.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you had an intellectual evening today. Let's conclude this evening with a beautiful, happy, and a joyful dance. Good evening, everyone. My name is Priya, and I am from the Artshala Dance School. Today, our performers will take you on a folk yatra with their brilliant and bright costumes and vibrant folk dances, which is a legacy that has been passed from generations to generations. We are indeed blessed today to have amongst us our beloved Mahatma Gandhi ji. So please, friends, please let's welcome the father of our nation, Bapuji. Thank you.
जंजीरों में जकड़ सकते हैं, यातना दे सकते हैं, इस शरीर को नष्ट कर सकते हैं, लेकिन आप कभी मेरे विचारों को कैद नहीं कर सकते।
Wow, it is so good to see so many Indians coming together for a common cause. It makes me so happy to see how each and every one of you has been working hard and how you all have spread your wings and reached all the corners of the world. Staying abroad also, you have kept our Indian traditions and cultures alive. You must keep this up and never forget your roots. Make sure you always make meaningful and positive contribution to India. As I see your bright and happy faces today, it makes me believe that our struggle for freedom has not gone in vain. Well, let me tell you why I am here today. I am here for a folk yatra with this wonderful group at Shala. Together, we are going to be touring the four corners of our incredible India. So, without much ado, let me ask these lovely children to begin this show. But before that, can someone please take me to my seat? Have a wonderful time, everyone.
Well, I don't see you clapping for the little ones. Come on, guys. Give them a big hand. Make some noise. सीटियां बच सकती है यार, आधी है, कोई बात नहीं. Let's make some noise. Let's encourage them. Let's encourage them.
কে মাদলে টান তোলে কার আনন্দ ছলে আকাশ ভরে জোছনায় ধিতাং ধিতাং বলে কে মাদলে টান তোলে কার আনন্দ ছলে আকাশ ভরে জোছনায় আয় ছুটে সকলে এই মাটির ধরা তলে আজ হাসির কলরবে নতুন জীবন গড়ি আয় আয় রে আয় লগন বয়ে যায় মেঘ গুর গুর করে চাঁদের সীমানায় পারুল গন্ডাকে চম্পা ছুটে আয় বর্গিরা সভাকে কোমর বেঁধে আয় আয় রে আয় আয় রে আয় আয় রে আয় আয় রে আয়
Come on, everybody. Let me see you clap your hands. मजे लूट लो, बच्चों में मजे लूट लो यार. Can I see you make some noise? Can you scream? This is the last. Can you scream? सर्किट मुझे बापू दिख रहा है बापू ओए बापू दिख रहा है सर्किट बापू दिख रहा है मुझे लेट्स गिव देम अ वेरी बिग हैंड गाइस Well, it is even said in the Bible that you cannot disregard children. बच्चों में स्वर्ग होता है. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए इन बच्चों के लिए. May we invite all the children to take one step behind. बस one step. Now one more step. बापू आपको भी चलना है. दांडी मार्च. अच्छा. We want to invite Sai and Trisha to present Miss Priya and the entire Artshala with a token of our appreciation. Let's give them a very big hand, ladies and gentlemen. To vote for these children, dial 1866 idle 07 लेकिन शो के बाद, हाँ? If you want to vote for these children, because ये लोग एक ना एक दिन बड़े स्टार बनने वाले हैं. ऑटोग्राफ लेना है तो आज ही ले लो. बच्चों, you guys were fantastic, mashallah. God bless each and every one of you. You were lovely. The children will be signing autographs at the back, so if you want. May we invite all the executive committee members to come on stage. We want you to take a picture with these kids because that's the only way we can look even better than we already are. So come on in. Ladies and gentlemen, the executive committee members, the ones behind all the hard work, the ones who've been toiling relentlessly and doing whatever we required, a big hand to the Artshala and the executive committee members. Thank you, Artshala. Thank you to the exec committee members. Thank you so very much. I would now like to invite Mr. Deepak to kindly come on stage. बच्चे जा रहे हैं, जोरदार तालियां हो जाए उन लोगों के लिए. Congratulations, kiddos. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, after Mr. Deepak delivers his speech, please note we have a final event, and that is the raffle draw. We're giving away two prizes. We're giving away three. The first one is vouchers from Excite. The second one is an Apple Watch, and the third one is an Apple Pro. Go on, ladies and gentlemen.
I know all of you are waiting for my vote of thanks and not Apple 11i Pro. In the digital world, everything is changing, but vote of thanks remain the same. Because we chartered accountants believe in form over substance, and we believe the human value of gratitude will always remain and prevail. So, today's success of this event lies on 4 pillars. These 4 pillars, first are speakers, then our ICAI Kuwait committee members who have done hard work to make this success. Then we have sponsors and external support. Then 4th pillar, all of you who came here and made this event success. This evening, we witnessed eminent speakers, Upasana Taku, Atul Gupta, P.R. Ramesh, Abdulaziz Lugani, Abdullah Najran, Gopal Sharma, Shekhal Fulej, Swami Natarajan, and Swami Mitrananda. On behalf of ICAI Kuwait chapter, I express my heartfelt thanks for enlightening all of us with your thoughts, wisdom, and ideas. So many members of the ICAI Executive Committee, Subcommittee, Advisory, they have done hard work. If I take their names individually, maybe we will have to wait till the breakfast. So, without taking individual names, I will mention that the advisory has been very helpful in structuring this conference and giving ideas to us. The Executive Committee members, Subcommittee members have executed on their ideas. Thank you. There is no free lunch in this world. And this event could not be possible without our sponsors. I would like to thank our title sponsor, Oracle, Strategic, Ooredoo, Platinum sponsors, Kuwait Airways and Unimoney, and Gold sponsors. I am trying to be fast now so that I am not between you and your dinner. ABK, Al Rayyan, ATC, Burgan Bank, KPMG, KIB, NCM, Protivity. Now I will come to silver sponsors. Darul Salam, Deloitte, Ebix, Inaya Insurance, EY, Grand Hypermarket, Hasavi, IO Center, Jashanmal, PKF, RSM, Subex, Sumitomo Tires. Our annual sponsors, Almulla Exchange, NBK, Focus, 360 Realtors, and BDO. Now this annual sponsors list is small, so maybe next year we can make it big, all of us members. Our media partner, Times Kuwait, hospitality partner, Radisson Blue, for providing this such lovely venue. The entire stage management back office here has been helped to us by Design Master. I would like to thank Mustafa and Tayyab for that. Also, I am thankful to Lord D'Souza for making me learn how to conduct an event. Fantastic job, Lloyd. I thank our three guests of honors, Mr. Jiva Sagar, His Excellency Ambassador of India to Kuwait, Vice President of ICAI, Atul Gupta, and KAAA Chairman, Mr. Faisal Al Tabia. So with their presence over here and making this event successful. Last but not the least, I must thank you, all of you, who have come to make this event a grand success. A big clap for all of you, There is one more important announcement we have kept for the last. That's a surprise. For that, I will invite Sai and our Vice Chairman Kezer to come and open that suspense. Reveal that suspense.
I think today's topic is what? Digital transformation. So with this, we moved ahead and we launched ICAI KUWAIT chapter app in Google, in iOS as well as in Android. So please, I welcome Shailesh and Aditya also to be on the stage to inaugurate this app.
Can we have the video for the app?
Hope you will receive a lot of downloads tomorrow and we'll receive the surprises. We'll keep a lot of postings there and you can see a lot of surprises in the event, in the app. Thank you. Thanks, Shailesh, Aditya, for this successful launch.
Thank you very much. I request Sai and Kaiser to please stay up. Sai and Kaiser, please stay up here. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've noticed, today I am all about hands. क्योंकि मैं तो ये हमेशा कहता हूँ कि हमारी किस्मत हमारी हाथों में है. So I'm going to ask all of you to raise your right hand up. Everybody, come on, come on. आलसीगिरी नहीं करना यार, हाथ ऊपर कर लेना सब लोग. Everybody, right up, right up, right up, right up, right up. Come on, come on, come on, come on, up, 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 your hands up. Come on, everybody, your hands up. Sarji, if your phone is down there, unless it's your girlfriend, your hands up. Haath ghumao, tap yourselves on the back. You guys are a wonderful audience. Give yourselves a big hand, guys. You were wonderful today. Yeah, throughout whatever you do, you have stayed for so long. I hope it was for us and not for the phone. We're going to move on. We had 2 prizes in the beginning. We moved to 3. From 3, we moved to 4. From 4, now we've gone to 5. So again, we are going on to what's between you and me is our machinery. So the first, that is the prize number 5, goes to, drum roll. Talia, come on your table, guys. Come on, everybody on your table. And the winner is, network thoda slow hai. और ये buffering हो रहा है. Mr. Sai Devta. And Sai was saying, यार एक ही prize रख लो. Let's give Sai a big hand, guys. Let's give Sai a big hand. We have to audit this. Audit करना पड़ेगा इसको. Sai, stay back. Prize number 5, which is vouchers from Excite. Prize number 4. And let's go, let's hit it. And the winner is Miss Tricia. Hartal pe chalte chalo. Let's give Mrs. Tricia Dalmia a big hand, guys. This is all mechanism. We have nothing to do with this. कैसर रखी नाउ कैसर को मालूम नहीं कि यार मैं खुश रहूं या मैं डर जाऊं. खुश रहूं तो ग्लासेस आ जाएंगे, डर जाएगा तो ओके. सो देखो यार बड़ापन देखो इसकी. बोल रहे we will redraw this. Trisha is redrawing hers because she doesn't want to be audited. Let's go. Prize number 4 again. Sanket Mokashi, are you here? तो ये prize number 4 शायद पनवती है. Prize number 4 वापस. Let's go again. Sanket is not here. Let's go. Krishna Pavan Kumar Taluri. Krishna. Next. Let's go to the next. Let's go. Come on. Mufaddal Tankiwala. नहीं है. चलो, let's go. Move on. If you know them, please, I keep saying this again and again. If you know them, उन्हें call करके बोल देना कि you missed. Let's go, hit it. नहीं है. अरे लकी नहीं है यार, आज काम पे आए नहीं. Let's go. Jaydevan Tayil. यार ऐसे नहीं करो यार. Jaydevan, let's go, next one. Mrs. Bhavani Vikram Joshi. नहीं है. एक मिनट. ट्रिशा ले लो प्लीज, प्राइज ले. Let's go. Mr. Nitin Singhvi. अच्छा नहीं है भाई, चलो नहीं है. अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह हम लोग नहीं खींच रहे. Let's go, music next. Mr. Vikas Arora है. अरे भाई नमत है नहीं यार. Don't assume. Let's go next. भाई साहब आप जरा संभाल के नहीं करके आगे मत. Mr. Kaushal Agarwal. नहीं. Mr. Kaushal. Let's go, music. Mr. Vikram Joshi. Vikram Joshi भी नहीं है. Let's go. Hey, let's go, music next. Mr. Lijan Tankachan. नहीं है. अरे हो क्या रहा है यार. Let's go, next one. Mr. Asif Muhammad. Hey, hey. Let's give Mr. Asif Muhammad a very big hand. His second prize for the day. Even though it is your second prize donate nahi karna. Lena hi hai aapko. Let's give Mr. Asif a big hand, guys. Give him all. Congratulations. You win vouchers from Excite Al Ghanem. Prize number 4. We're moving on to prize number 3 now. Let's go. Prize number 3. Again, Excite vouchers. Mr. MD Shahbaz Nizami. नहीं है? अरे यार ये तो आप लोग just imagine बीवी उठा रही है नहीं है खाने पे आ जा नहीं है Mr. Subodhi Muzzamadar दे है अभी है तो सब तालियां बजा रहे जोर जोर से इतने खुश कभी देखा नहीं आपको मैंने अरे वाह Okay, now we are playing for the top 2 prizes. That is an Apple Watch and an Apple phone. That is the Pro. I'd like to invite the team from Uridu to come on over to give away these next 2 prizes since they have been generously been sponsored from you and your team. Let's give Uridu a very big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Where are you from, sir? Where are you from? Jordan. Where are you from? India. The guy from Jordan is even saying, nahi. He learned what? Let's go on. Prize number 2, which is an Apple Watch. And the winner is... and the winner is... Satyamurthy. है ये सत्य है सत्य इतना सत्य नहीं हो सकता सत्यमूर्ति congratulations you win an Apple Watch let's give him a big hand guys okay now the last and final one which is an Apple iPhone can I have to okay an Apple iPhone 250 GB, 11 Pro, looks good, feels good. I'm never going to get it. My wife says, if you buy one for yourself, which I want to do, you buy one for me. So I said, nahi chahiye bhai. Sir, ye lo. This is a Pro Max, aur chala raha hai. And it's a Pro. Go on, hold on to it. And the winner is Mr. Sachin Mungi. Hey! अरे भाई साहब फोन जीत रहे हो भाग के आ जाओ सर आपके पास कौन सा मोबाइल है एक्सचेंज ऑफर में ले लोगे लेट्स गिव मिस्टर सचिन अ वेरी बिग हैंड लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन Congratulations to our winners. Ladies and gentlemen, it was wonderful being here with you. Thank you so very much. I want to say a big thank you to the team from Uridu. Thank you, Sai. Thank you, Kezer. To each and every one of you. Your friend Lloyd signing out saying goodbye, God bless. Join us for dinner, ladies and gentlemen. Lloyd out.
Can we have the GCC chairpersons on the stage and
Maybe
our ExCom members? GCC chairpersons plus our ExCom members. Advisory, please. All the ExCom, advisory, subcommittee members, GCC on the stage, please. Okay, you can.
The rest of you, please join us for dinner. Please join us for dinner. Thank you very much.